and every month, the weighing happens of the children in the Anganwadis. So if you look at today's data, our data that is, see if you keep on pressurizing, the data will keep improving. Not necessarily in the field, but sometimes. So if you look at today's, our figures are that, underweight is about 1.33% and wasting is 2.38 and stunting is still at 17%. Today's data from 2019 to 20, there has been, so we are talking about 3.20 lakh children who are stunting. They have this, and then wasting is 44,000 and 1.33 lakh children are underweight. So what do we do about this? So we have a structured scheme in Anganwadis across the country. That is, we give them some food, take-home ration, as well as hot cooked meals are given. So how do we go about that? So we have, say, for instance, the 7 months to 3-year children who do not come to the Anganwadis, but the lactating mothers are expected to come. And see, we give them take-home ration also, and we give them hot cooked meals also. Why we give them hot cooked meals? Because we know that if you give them food home, we all know what happens. So we insist that they come to the Anganwadis and have hot cooked meals. Okay, so eggs are given, 30 eggs are given to them, and the weaning food, that it's called balamritam, it is given as a take-home ration. Then milk and eggs and hot cooked meal is given in the Anganwadis. But do all the lactating mothers come? Not always. So our attendance is ranging between 60 to 70% if we try at our best. So then now for the kids who come to Anganwadis, those are the 3-year to 6-year-old children who come. For them also we give hot cooked meals. There's a Government of India program, as well as additionally state government gives. So we give them eggs. Then of course we do not give them biscuits, sir. So we give them again, it is one balamrit, that is murkus are given, snacks, which is again certified by NIN. So based on that, we give them this snacks as well as eggs, and then the hot cooked meals, that is rice, dal and vegetables. So then if you look at for the pregnant women also, we give this hot cooked meal as well as eggs and milk. So they all have to come and take. So most of the time the attendance is 50 to 60%. So if you look at now, this is the scenario, and there is improvement, but we have to just cut across the ceiling. This kind of incremental things that happen are of no use, because when we are talking about 33-40 lakhs, so then the way forward will be what we are looking at is now, of course, the SHGs, as they said, they are a very good platform. They are the mothers there, but we are also looking at adolescent girls, because the adolescent girls are the group which we're forming groups with them, inculcating this idea of nutrition, etc. in them, we think will help. So that is one thing that we are looking forward to. And of course, there's so many other things, but I'm sure the other panelists will cover, and they've already covered. So thank you for a patient hearing. A very sweet audience. Thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anita Garu. You touched a very important point of intention versus execution issues, the gap between those two. And it's my pleasure now to invite Dr. Harini Atturi. She is from Care Hospital, High Tech City. She's a psychiatrist, and she would touch upon an interesting dimension to these three.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, thanks for giving me this opportunity to come and talk here. I worked for 3 years as a visiting consultant from a management school, teaching the topic on epidemiology and population health. Thank you. Yeah. So here now I'm here. I know I'm a psychiatrist. You all have a different backgrounds. Let me see how I can fit you in. So to start off, these are my things which I was asked to talk about. Food insecurity. Now, I know I'm talking with a bunch of people who dwell in these topics day in, day out. So for me to understand, I have to go back how I can correlate my psychiatry into these kind of things. So food insecurity, there is a lack of regular access to enough safe and nutritious food. Okay, I understand that. I also understand that highly processed foods that are energy dense, high in saturated foods and sugar salts, they're cheaper. They meet the calorie needs, but they're not nutritious. So when I was reading this, I understand that sitting on this Gachibowli side in my clinic, I see all the IT guys, who are single or, who are not good in cooking, and they get most of the processed food. And it's not necessarily that we are not economically good here, but it's a choice of the food. So I think it's the nutrition's what is available, nutritious choices, awareness. Somewhere the behaviors also have a big role to play. And I was reading that 1 in 9 have people may be hungry, and 1 in 3 are overweight or obese. Now, one of the colleagues has already mentioned obesity is also becoming more because of high dense calorie foods. Now, when I look into this, out of 9, so it says 1 person is hungry, 3 people are obese, and so only 5 are left being healthy. So that's the state, like almost 50% of us are not healthy. So this is something serious for us to look into it. Okay, and this is where I was telling about the food quality. For me, the behaviors are the ones which come into picture. Um, so nutritional security, yeah, it's not just about the food, it's about extended into the burden of infection diseases and increase in poor people's access to health, water, sanitation, educational services. Here I will talk more about yeah. First, I wanted to look into nutrition. How is it related to physical health? So we have a very good evidence that everything we have to survive within a window, not less, not more. Our blood systems, our biochemical, if you take any sugar levels or anything, has to be within a window. Anything less goes down, has a problem. Anything going up has a problem. So if the sugars are high, you end up with diabetes, salts high with blood pressure, oils more, cholesterol, and even cancers if they have more processed food. Now, is there any link between physical health and mental health? I've looked into these papers. The brain, by weight, it's only 2%, but it consumes 20 to 30% of the fuel, what is needed for us. So we need to provide a good quality food, for the engine to run. It's just like you have a auto or a tempo and a Mercedes car, and you put the same petrol or kerosene, which is of low quality. You're damaging your system. You have high functional kind of you need to give outputs high quality, then you need to get into good qualities. Like I see a lot of women here who are organizing this, and I see that there are a lot of students who are interested to learn more. So these are the future ones. So we have to understand from our day-to-day practice, even right before we talk to the nation, what are we eating, what are we looking into this, what choices are we making here. So bidirectional influence, there has been a lot of evidence that how physical health, you look after your physical health can affect the mental health. People with depression, there is an increased risk of anxiety, depressions, with metabolic syndromes, again with their smoking age, even strongly associated with depression, post-stroke, heart attacks, and cancers. So I sit in the mental health hospitals, sorry, in a psychiatry hospital, not psychiatry, medical hospitals, taking care of not necessarily that someone is psychotic or anything, the other side where there are milder depressions, milder anxieties, which can affect how they look after their own health in terms of taking their medications, attending, their blood tests and workups and everything. So nutrition affects our mental health. Yes, food is mood. So when we talk about food, so when we are in a good mood, what do we think? We want to eat something nice. The same thing when we see nice food, we feel happy. So there is a relation between how food and mood go together. So there are the sight of the food, everything has impact on us. How it stimulates our mindfulness. So it's always important, don't rush to eat food. Eat, choose slowly, enjoy the taste of it, the colors of it, the smell of it. So you're using your five sense organs to actually have the food. So it's so nice. And nutrition effect on mental health, yes, indicating it plays an important role. um, as I go further, I'll give you more evidence. So, how does the nutrition affect the mental health? The amino acids, they help in the neurotransmitters. There are lot of studies, and in my regular practice, vitamin D, B12, and all these magnesium for children, especially with ADHD. All these are very important because when they are low, your body is weak and tired. You're more prone for more health psychological issues like feeling tiredness, and that puts into you a negative loop that I'm not able to do it well, I'm not achieving, and that further makes you feel more poor motivation, dragging yourself, and then affects your physical health. So they both are interrelated, and nutrition has an important role to play there. And the microbiota, yeah, I'll come to the microbiota in a minute. So there are evidences about Mediterranean foods which have shown that people using y- you know Mediterranean foods, the depression is getting better. But I would say it's one third. So there are many other things to be done as well. In children, again, when they have given breakfast with nice nutritious foods, it has improved their academic performances. The fights have reduced. Yeah. So what's all happening is how nutrition is affecting the child's health. This is the gut. Nowadays, there's a lot of research on microbiota. So the microbiota here, we say gut feeling, it's not simply gut feeling. Nowadays, research is finding that dopamine and other happy chemicals are also produced at gut level. So by the way we take care of the gut, we can somehow manipulate the brain, and that's how we can improve our thinking and feeling happy as well. So probiotics, the choice of nutrition of mental health. This is what I was saying. If you give more high unsaturated foods or burgers and everything, it's oxidative load. The more it is oxidative load, the microbiota, they die off, the healthy ones. So you're left to deal with more oxidative issues that results in more having mental health issues, anxiety, depressions. So it's important what you eat. Um, what our mother said, does it also have an influence on the child? Yes. So they have done research studies, and they found that the behaviors like smoking, alcohol, they can influence how the child is born, what's happening for them, and the again what sort of food they have eaten. All there are effects. Does mental health of a mother affect the child? Definitely. Now, when the mother is depressed, she has, she can't give that stimulation to the child, and there is a lot of, the the child and the mother are not able to bond. So there's a lot of evidence again that depression, OCDs, generalized anxiety worsen post depression. I really, in any awareness talk I ask, I request everyone that it's a very vulnerable time for a woman. Please don't pick up fights with them. Understand, whether it be mother-in-law, daughter-in-law, everyone, it's very important because they're not in right frame of mind, and this is the awareness we have to bring at social level, community level, that they how we look after them, how we provide that support really nurtures not only the mother, the child as well. Infants mental health. So the children, when they are as a fetus baby in the mother's negative hormones, her cortisols, all affect the child. So that can cause low birth weight, early premature pregnancies, and that can also have the cognitive effects on the child going forward. And this child, with being born with that dysregulation, are not able to be pacified. So they have more of tantrums and all difficulties moving into the future. They have physical effects, physical health effects. Breastfeeding, it's again a nice topic. So oxytocin, it's not only just that you have to encourage breastfeeding. Some of them have expressed milk. It's not just about the breast milk of mother. It's about the contact. Oxytocin is released. The cry of the baby, the sound and the look of the baby, the touch of the baby stimulates mother. That helps in calming down her depression. So it's a nice bonding. Okay, so it's not just about the milk what is given to the child, and there have been many studies, longitudinal studies. 30 years later, they have looked how these children have done, who are fed breastfed and who are not, and they found that they have severe depressive symptoms in younger adults who are breastfed. They were reduced. I know time over. Yeah. So yeah, and when differences, I found just one nearly finishing. Um, there's a lot of differences. What I find is the two things: economic disparity and differences in social experiences. Why social experience? The way the women, how they remember the incidents happening around them, it's more powerful and intense compared to men. And they have tried to look, is it how they feel, or the women are very good in expressing, men are very closed. So actually, when you look into the gender gaps, it's not that they don't suffer, it's just that they don't want to express, they don't want to open up. And in fact, completed suicides are more in men. So if anyone comes and tells me I feel suicidal, I take it very seriously. And in all our talks, we always encourage for men mental health awareness and going out and speaking. Coming to women, it's just that the way the brain gets stimulated slightly different, and that's why they're more emotional in expressing. However, the economic inequalities are the ones which are causing a severe depression. And so yeah, gender discrimination again, it's said that it's not that they're not capable at the workplace, it's about the structural workplace discriminations. So they should be again talked in by my other colleagues. What do we do? So in your research, it's not just about men, women. If you're dealing with a child, you have to deal with the unit. Mother should be there. If not, you're not doing. You're just looking only a piece. Always, whenever there is a child, you have to look as a unit. And whenever you are trying to have these programs, it's not just whether they want to come or not. It's the attitude as well. So just not measuring about how they feel. It's the attitude. So there is a way how we look into these programs as well. Thank you.
Much, Dr. Harni. You touched upon very important things, and I really wish we had more time to hear to the speakers. And we'll start the discussion now. Anyone has a burning question, we will take that. You want to moderate?
Very good afternoon to all of you. My voice is not as sweet as it is Eloise, because I'm suffering from a cold and cough. So anyway, I'll try to be more sweet. Respected Professor Gita Madam, Chairperson, and all the panelists, and everyone here. So thank you, Professor Sridevi, for giving this opportunity to be part of this panel discussion. Personally, I have listened, I have enjoyed, and I have learned many things from all the panel experts. And as Gita Madam said, I also wish I would like to listen more and more from every one of you. So I'll take maybe 2 minutes. Now, first thing, I think we have done justice to the topic of panel discussion. All experts have covered everything. This gender justice, climate resilience, and food and nutrition security. I think nothing is left out. Every item, many things have been covered. So we have, starting from agricultural, economics topic to nutrition, then government scheme implementation and psychological behavior. From every angle, these topics have been covered. So few points I'll just pick up for our benefit, which I like Dr. Salandra Kumar spoke like due to climate change, poor people are affected more. Again, within the poor people, women are affected more. And now the trend is towards feminization of agriculture. More and more women are taking participation. And after some years, maybe 10 years or 20 years, many men will be left out. So this is a dangerous thing, but I think it is going to happen. That is why more and more support system or capacity building program should be on empowerment of women, or how they will support agricultural activities. And second point, which Professor Salendra Kumar said, that is very important. I like it. Monthly consumption expenditure, income, which women are getting from paid services, they are increasing, and this increasing is helping in improving the nutritional and health status of not only concerned person, also but family members. That is also very interesting. So many things we can learn for our research. Every topic, every comment has good scope for research, further research. And coming to Dr. Subbarao, who talk about nutrition, very interesting points like we have plenty of food items, but problem is with ingredients. We need to be very careful about ingredients. And although very important point he raised, the obesity, overweight, all health issues, we think these are problems of only rich people, urban people, but he pointed out from some empirical studies that these are also problems of rural people, poor people. So these are very important points. And third thing from Anita Madam, India has broken many evils, many ills. Like after independence, we had food deficit. Now we don't have food deficit after Green Revolution and many programs on agricultural development, economic even we were talking about Hindu growth rate as 2%, 1% economic growth. Now we are also breaking all these evils. Sanitary problems we are breaking, but somehow we are lacking in breaking the malnutrition and other related issues. I think not only one state, but many states, not only government employees, government administrators, everybody has to be conscious about this. Government schemes are there, but people are not willing to accept. That is also another concern. And from Harini Madam, who talk about psychological behavioral issues, what I have understood, it is not about, the problem is not with availability of food. A problem is not with the non-availability of money or income. The more important is our mental behavior or our adoption of good habit about lifestyles. Like she was talking about many IT company employees, they have money, they have everything, but eating everywhere, anywhere, everything. That is not good. So she was talking about there is a very strong relationship between physical health and mental health, strong relationship between nutritious food and academic performance of our students. So thank you so much. With these few words, I stop here. When we talk about climate change or there are two major concepts, that is data. There is some data set by using those data we can make recognition of weather or climate.
See, it will depend also in what is the dimension and what is the scope of your study. If whether you are looking at the secondary data in terms of climate change, like I also work on climate risk assessment at district level, at mandal level, at household level. So household level, public domain, household level data is like said data is there, but see, second data, one is like said data is there. Said data is a bit old. Household data is only up to 2014. If only you want to establish an empirical relationship and kind of a theoretical research, that is fine, because the data is 30, 40 years data is there of the same household, you can establish. But current data, said data is not available. For that, I think you need to do some surveys and understanding at the current level. We did currently study on impact of climate change on food and nutrition security, looking at instability and production at India level, at district level. So there you have the climate risk index, and then you have the production area, productivity of different crops. So that kind of analysis can be done at mandal level also or district level. There is no household level data, but district level data is available, I would say. But I think this is a topic where we can discuss. You can discuss with me later also, one to one. You can come to my. Yeah, thanks.
So one is like the government policies now, the gender transformative policies are being thought of. So if you look at for the optics first is that everything is given in the name of women. Now even land, when the government gives land, it's in the name of women. Government gives any subsidies, anything, it is in the name of women. So when we look at whether it's the agrarian push or in fact the industrial push, which is much more difficult for the women to be part of the workforce. So the under reservations which is there to ensure that if you look at the workforce, at least the not the not the domestic and other sectors, but otherwise the reservation policy is there where the women is ensured that women are part of the workforce. So these are the kind of policies. So the women centric policy is being thought of. So, and also we have to look at the transformation at the household level. See, for example, when every first we have this nutrition meetings at the village level. So we ask the fathers to come. No, so we have very little attendance of the fathers, but they do come. So we have to try and see now SHGs. As I said, when we were initially even forming SHGs, the men were against it. The women also wouldn't come. But now the women, we see only women when we have meetings. Men hardly come. So it is that, so when we put first, the woman herself has to feel that she is part of the denial in every woman is there. Like if I have food, I'll say, okay, let my husband eat, let my child eat. So that is the first thing. So first we have to work on the mindset of the women as well as, and then the Attamalu are there. That is the mothers-in-law. So they are another factor which we have to work on. I mean, these are all the realities in society where we have to work on their mindset so that slowly these things will come. Government is doing at a policy level, but it doesn't mean that it will translate instantly at the house. So we have to look at both. So both these things government is working on. Thank you.
Not directly, but I just want to add one point, not for you, but for everyone, especially the students. See, till now we are looking at this problem or addressing the problem of poverty or less resources or somebody left behind, in the sense that you want to design a policy where you want to give money, you want to give house, you want to give this, and that's fine. Government is trying to do. But I think it's our duty of the researchers to generate evidence. How can we really find opportunities to create business model opportunities at every level, where somebody create business in the rural areas which support services, strengthen the capacity of those people to do things better way, and win-win kind of things. Because continuously giving to somebody is not possible. And this solution I cannot give to government just now. We have to go to fields and kind of collect data in different contexts and then identify. So unless we do that and generate that kind of evidence, I think this policy of giving, it is not sustainable. So policies are there, but because we haven't been working, actually it's our fault, I would say also partly, that we have not given those options, suggestions to the government to really create those kind of institutions and arrangement. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think I'll just conclude. Excellent feedback. I'll take over from where Anita Garu left. For women, the message is treat yourself like the message given in the flight. Oxygen mask, wear first and then take care of your child. So with regards to food, all women, take care of yourself. No one will give you health. You have to get your own help. For men, give them time to take care of themselves. Share the work. In fact, this generation is slightly better compared to maybe our husband's generation. The boys are a little better in sharing the child care. I must compliment this new generation for being better hands-on fathers. But I also want you to take care of the cooking. Share the cooking. You don't have to go to a dabbawala even if you're alone. Yes, that's a good assumption. So I just wanted to, that was a lighter vein, but I really want every one of you, if me as a dean of this of this university, if I can influence all the 5,000 students in my university to cook one meal yourself without depending on it, one nutritional meal. It doesn't matter girl or a boy. Don't depend on everyone. Please go cook one good meal for your family, and that should take care of your 50% of requirement. Of course, no offense men, all would have to get up. There is no choice. If you take body as a whole, the function starts with a cell, and a family is a cell. Whether it's gender equality, whether it's food nutrition, and smoking. Sitting is the new smoking. Food is the new medicine. Kitchen is your new gym. All the best. Thank you. Yes. Thank you.
That was a very interesting session. So on the behalf of School of Economics, I would like to propose a vote of thanks. Each one of the panelists has brought a unique perspective, whether it be an academician, medical practitioner, and the policymaker, they have brought a different and wide variety of ideas to the room. And we truly appreciate your time, effort, and expertise that you have brought today to this class and this session as a whole. A sincere thanks to our chair, Geeta Madam, for superbly steering the entire discussion and smoothly conducting the session. Also a discussant for concisely summarizing the entire viewpoints of all the panelists. And thanks to all the audience for your participation and your thoughtful questions. Thank you.
I request Professor Geeta to hand over the mementos to all the panelists. As well as to the discussant. Okay. No? Books, give it. Just you people go. I request Professor Fanindra to hand over the memento to Professor Geeta. Yeah, those who got it, yeah. Discussant, no, he has to give it to the chair. Discussant has the privilege of giving it. But books you can go individually and give it, or I'll just give it to maybe you can give it. Give it. Go and give it. There, I thank all the panelists and chair of the panel, discussant of the panel. I thank all the audience. Let us join for the lunch now. After talking about the food security, we all should be food secured. And let us come back by 2:15 we'll be starting our next session. I request Dr. Chiranjeevi to come on to the dais and chair the technical session on discrimination against marginalized and role of state. I request Dr. Limakumba Waling to come on to the stage and be the discussant for the technical session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my privilege to introduce the chair and discussant for this technical session. Dr. T. Chiranjeevi is the Chief Economist at the Livelihoods and Natural Resources Management Institute, Hyderabad. She holds a PhD in economics from the University of Hyderabad and an MBA from the Open University Business School, London. With over 25 years of multidisciplinary experience, Dr. Chiranjeevi has made significant contributions to research, policy, consulting, and training in areas such as climate change adaptation, natural resource management, and livelihoods. Dr. Chiranjeevi began her career as a research associate at the Institute of Development Studies, Jaipur, where she gained foundational experience in development research. She then served as economic advisor at the Bureau of Industrial Promotion, Rajasthan, where she contributed to industrial policy formulation, investment facilitation, and stakeholder engagement. Her professional journey includes 12 years in learning and development, holding leadership roles at Satyam Computer Services and Deloitte, where she focused on leadership development, adult learning, and behavioral sciences. She has contributed extensively to international publications, including peer-reviewed journals and conference proceedings. Her notable works include studies on managing climate risks in agriculture, community-led climate information systems, and inclusive agriculture intensification. She has collaborated with global institutions like CSIRO, ACIAR, and Asian Development Bank Institution, producing impactful research on climate smart agriculture and participatory policy frameworks. At LNRMI, which she co-founded with her husband, Dr. V. Ratna Reddy, she leads research and consulting projects addressing climate variability, sustainable farming practices, and environmental economics. It is our great honor to have her as the chair for this session. Now I will go on to introduce the discussant, Dr. S. Numakumba Waling. Professor Nimakumba Waling is an assistant professor from our very own School of Economics at University of Hyderabad and a board member of ICFAI University's Department of Economics. He holds a PhD in economics from the University of Hyderabad, where his thesis focused on competition and equilibrium in classical political economy and post-Keynesian economics. His academic work critically examines the intersections of competition, equilibrium, and methodology within the frameworks of political economy and post-Keynesian economics. So has contributed extensively to esteemed peer-reviewed journals, including Review of Development and Change, Artha Vijana, Indian Journal of Human Development, and Economic and Political Weekly. In addition to his academic contributions, Professor Waling is the principal investigator of the IOE research project titled Unemployment Conundrum in the Northeastern Indian State of Nagaland, Microeconomic and Macroeconomic Analysis. Without further ado, now I would hand over the session to our chair and allow the participants to share their insightful research work with all of us. Thank you, everyone.
I would like to thank Sridevi for giving me this opportunity to be with you all. I'm really happy to be back in the university that I did my MA, MPhil, and PhD. So many years I spent here, and these were really like foundation for me to do a lot of different jobs that I have done. Uh, so I don't know what you would like to hear from me, but let me just say a few things about how I shaped my career. Like when I was doing my PhD, like once in the university bus I was traveling, the professor told me there are no jobs for PhDs. I don't know. I never felt that I won't get a job or I should look at job when I'm studying or doing my research or whatever. So it never bothered me. But what I have experienced in my life is there are jobs and jobs. It's just that you have to kind of, take that interest. So I started off as a research associate, so assisting people in projects, conferences and all that, which I enjoyed thoroughly. And then suddenly I jumped to becoming a economic advisor in the industries department. So there, not only the industries department, but also the agriculture department, all the departments, they were so happy that they have a PhD in economics in that setup. So they used to come to me and then I used to work with everybody. So then I switched to ICFI. Actually, I also worked in ICFI for their magazines. So there I started writing for the magazines. Again, I got into finance, which was a new subject for me. And I learned so much I can't tell you. I became thorough with finance in that 1 year, 2 years that I worked there. And then I moved to Satyam Computers, where it was totally different. It was all about software industry and behavioral sciences and kind of grooming the project managers, project leaders and all that in their day-to-day affairs. So from there again I went to Deloitte. It was a multinational company, and then there you have all the systems. Your communication skills are the most important there. You need to really kind of make sure that you communicate well, and you should also know 360-degree communication, things like that. So it really helped me to kind of round myself out in multiple aspects of my academic career. So after that, I moved back to economics, where I suddenly got into climate change, and I really enjoyed working for climate change since then to date. So I just recently wrote a book on climate change and the linkages with agriculture development. So what I would tell anybody here, I'm sure like all of you experience this in your lives, don't restrict yourself to one topic or one area. Keep yourself open and keep learning until you actually can't learn anymore. So that's one thing I would like to tell you. That's what brought me till here. And today also I'm looking forward to learn a lot from all of you, all the papers that you're going to present, because this is completely different, new area for me. So I'm really looking forward to hearing from you all and learning from you all. Thank you. Is that what expected of me? I hope so. So now we have, I'm sorry I didn't get this list in this thing. So I see that there are about 9 papers altogether. So morning when I was thinking about the conference, I wanted to say one thing to you all. The best gift that we can give others is the time, right? So if I say, look, now it is, what is the time now? 2:40. So 2:40 to 4:30? 4:30, say Devi? 4:15? So how much time we have now? 20 plus 15, 35 plus 2 hours, right? 2 hours, 35 minutes. Is that correct? Am I right? Is my math correct? Okay, so 1 hour. 1 hour 15. 1.5 hours. So 1.5 hours, 9 papers, and then also discussion about it. So for each paper you get about 10 minutes each. Okay, in that 10 minutes, I suggest be very sure to make the main point. Rest you can have it through the discussions. Okay, 10 minutes is a short time. And if possible, gift some of your time to your next participant. Is that okay? So you keep gifting, so towards the end, we'll have a lot of gifts. Okay? So if you have 10 minutes, at least leave 2 minutes for the next participant, right? Okay, good. So, No, no, they will present. They will present and they're very sharp here. So I'm sure they are going to make the best points. Okay, so Professor Amaresh, he is going to talk about financial inclusion as a panacea to overcome exclusive growth in India. Okay, solution to exclusive growth. Thank you. So how do we? Yeah, he's here. We'll go sit there. Thank you. Okay, by the way, this is my first experience as a chairman, okay?
Sir, you can begin. Good afternoon. Can I start?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Yeah. So at the outset, I'm thankful to the organizers of this conference, and especially Professor Sridevi for giving me this opportunity to have a brief interaction with you on this issue of financial inclusion and how it is critical for overcoming the problem of exclusive growth in India. So let me share my PPT. Am I audible? Can you see my PPT, please?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. So, okay, let me go back to the first slide. I think I have to do it a different way. Just give me a second. Yeah. So I hope you were able to see my PPT. So the broad outline of my presentation, I'll broadly cover this. First, maybe in a couple of minutes, I'll why the growth experience in India, particularly during the post-reform period, is widely referred as exclusive growth, a period of exclusive growth. And then I'll go on to highlight the role of finance in promoting economic prosperity in a society. And in that context, I'll basically talk about the distribution of banking services in India and how the regional disparity in terms of economic prosperity and the financial spread of financial services, how there is a close interlinkage, and drawing from there, how one can think of using fairness, evenly distribution of banking services across different regions in India to promote, at least to overcome economic inequality, regional economic inequality in Indian context. So I think this graph, many of the students of economics will be familiar. The line graph here represents the movement of per capita income in India in last 75 years or so. As you can see, in first 30 years after independence, although there is upward movement in the graph, but it is relatively flatter. And in last 30 years, you can see, particularly during the post-reform period, it has become steeper. And the red lines, as you can see in the graph, that basically gives the average economic growth of the corresponding period. So obviously, when the graph became steeper during the post-reform period, this was the period which was associated with rapid economic growth in India. Broadly, economic growth in India has been nearly 6.5% over last 30 years or so. Then coming to inflation, as you can see, this is basically WPI based annual inflation data for India. And in initial years, maybe until 1970s, as you can see, inflation was high as well as volatile. And during the post-reform period, average inflation was low as well. It is stable. The fluctuation has considerably become moderate during the post-reform period. And drawing from the growth theories, we know there are basically three proximate causes of promoting economic prosperity or economic growth. One is accumulation of capital. Second is, increase in employment, and obviously third is technological progress in improvement in total factor productivity. So as far as capital accumulation is concerned, if the accumulation of capital is funded by domestic savings, then growth becomes vertical band rate for India over the decades, and the line graph you see in attending us has been increasing. So broadly, again, the last one I'm talking about the external sector indicators, the current account deficit given by the red line. So during the post-reform period, mostly the current account deficit as a proportion of GDP was within 2%, which is quite, reasonable. And of course, around 2013 or so, it was touching or sort of exceeding 4% mark. And during that year, we saw the Indian rupee witness some volatility, particularly there's some sharp depreciation. So indicators which I just presented before you suggest overall macroeconomic indicators in India during the post-reform period has been largely higher economic growth with greater stability, low inflation with greater stability, and savings, higher savings and investments funding the growth process, and reasonably good indicators of the external sector. So broadly, these macroeconomic indicators suggest Indian economy has been doing well during last 30 years or so. But then why we are telling this growth as exclusive growth? This will become obvious if you look at this table. This I have taken from a paper by A.K. Ghosh, which appeared in EPW in 2022, January or February. And I think Professor Jajati is presenting a paper on unemployment inequality, so where he'll perhaps throw some more light on this. But if you look at these figures in column 2, 3, 4, what you can observe is during the post-reform period, the employment generation was not in commensurate with accelerated economic growth. So as you can see, the employment growth has slowed down during the say 2011 to 17 as compared to the 90s, and across the workers, across different segments of the workers, if you see, particularly for the unskilled and illiterate, and a negative employment growth. Okay, so if at all growth is created, Ghosh has this was basically created employment for the skilled workers and people who have high endowment of capital. They basically benefited process, and many others, particularly workers without adequate skill and citizens without adequate endowment, they perhaps didn't benefit from this growth process. So because growth is not evenly distributed, benefits of growth is not evenly distributed. So popularly referred as the exclusive growth. And indicators like poverty and income inequality or economic inequality basically support this point that growth process in India, reduction of poverty ratio, as you can see in this graph, UNDP figures based on multi criteria suggest that multi-dimensional poverty index suggests that the poverty ratio was around 30% in 2015-16, and more than the ratio. If you look at the numbers in 2015-16, the number of poor in India remained around 364 million. So with this number, we are basically the home to largest number of poor in the country, which is some sort of matter of concern. And in terms of inequality, and I'm using Gini index, and as you can see, Gini index suggests that income inequality deteriorated until 2011, also improvement by 2021. So broadly, what I'm trying to suggest, the post-reform period in India, while reflected robust macroeconomic performance, but in terms of income inequality, in terms of eradication of poverty and employment generation, perhaps the performance is not satisfactory, and we have to, while we are satisfied with the overall macroeconomic performance, but these issues need to be addressed for making growth more inclusive. So finance has a critical role in sort of supporting economic prosperity in any society. So basically, the financial sector, whether it is financial markets or the financial institutions, they help in mobilization of savings and converting those savings into productive investment. So looking at history, if you remember, around 1950s, 60s, in India used to be around 10%, 20%. Yeah, I'm sorry.
So time is over.
It is time. Okay, okay, fine. Then quickly we take you to some tables which will suggest how the banking indicators in India are not evenly distributed. Okay, so tell you the bank credit to GDP ratio. I'm sorry, this is region-wise share in bank credit. You can look at the figures within the parenthesis, within the bracket. We suggest that the central and eastern part of India, their share in total bank credit in India is very low. In recent years, less than 10%. And in the western and southern regions of India, have a share of nearly 30%. And a similar story, you'll get the message from region-wise distribution of bank deposits. And this is basically ratio of bank credit to NSDP. So I'm quickly summarizing basically different indicators, whether it is share of region-wise share in bank credit, region-wise share in bank deposits, credit to deposit ratio, or credit to NSDP ratio. All these indicators suggest that the relatively weaker regions in India, particularly the eastern region like Assam, Bihar, Odisha, West Bengal, similar northern regions like Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, central region, sorry. There the banking indicators are little weak. On the contrary, banking indicators pertaining to states like Maharashtra, Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, they are relatively better. So, because of paucity of time, I'm not able to, go into details of that. So, broadly, the message is there is a one-to-one relation in terms of economic prosperity and different banking indicators based on Indian data. So, this suggests that to further economic prosperity in the weaker sections, there is a need to emphasize in development of banking services and adequate provision of banking services so that the funding requirements of the people can be met and they can take up occupations which can basically help them beating poverty and improving their income levels. Thank you. I'll stop here. And if there are queries, any questions, I'll take up. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Amaresh Samantraya. Sorry for to give you. I guess we will take the questions, or since we have other presenters also, maybe like we can consolidate the questions towards the answer. Thank you. We go to the next participant. She's Niharika Kankununi. Is it a happy ever after domestic violence and help-seeking behavior in India? She's also online. So, Niharika, please.
Thank you, ma'am, for having me.
10 minutes.
I'm quite excited to present. I'm just going to share my screen and proceed.
So you have 10 minutes, Niharika. So you get reminded at after 8 minutes. Is that okay?
Yeah. Can everybody see my presentation? Is everybody able to see the presentation?
It's just getting up. Yeah, it's there now.
All right. I'm Niharika. I'm doing my PhD at the University of Hamburg, and this is one of my first papers that I worked on about a year ago, and I've just recently revisited this. And to just keep things streamlined, I'll quickly go over to what the idea is, what background I have on this literature, the empirical strategy, and so on. So the idea is we're aware that any form of female empowerment initiatives, particularly land reforms or inheritance rights, have some sort of or educational outcomes. But however, there's very little evidence if that affects gender-based violence, and this is what I aim to look at and fill this gap in the literature. So to directly proceed with how labor market changes affect intimate partner violence or domestic violence in India, there's an endogenous relationship because the both are predetermined within the system. As income increases, there could be higher intimate partner violence, and there's the reverse causality that because of intimate partner violence, women tend to be less in the labor market and their income decreases. So what I do is I resort to this exogenous policy change, which is the Hindu Succession Act of 1956. And I actually leverage the state level amendments made to this act, which provide female inheritance. And I estimate how that affects domestic violence. I use the causal method, staggered differences. Like I mentioned before, this is one of my PhD projects, so I'm looking for as much as feedback as possible to just refine the research question and so on. So just to give you an overview of what the Act itself is prior to the 1956 Hindu Succession Act, there were two Hindu schools of thought that governed property division in India. One was the Gaya Bhaga, which basically considered all of the property to be just one single unit, and Mitakshara, which kind of delimited the property between a joint family system versus father's individual property that he creates over his lifetime, that he may have some sort of a leverage to distribute within his heirs. So in 1956, they said this is too chaotic, so let's just put it all together. And the government of India came with the Hindu Succession Act, which said we will allow female inheritance only to the separate property that the father creates over his lifetime. So there is definitely a huge bias from this. The father could merge all of his assets and make it one single joint family property. And fathers have disinherited daughters to give male heirs preference. And this comes from the literature of son preference in India, quite popularized by Balotra and Amaral. And there was also evidence by Amaral, Biswas, and Sarkil in 2020 and 2017 that there were men or fathers who compensated their daughters with 1.5 years of additional education as opposed to giving them a share in the property. So there's a severe bias in the Hindu Succession Act. So what the 5 southern states did is they have made state-level amendments to this National Act from the years 1976 to 1998, which allow female inheritance and so on. So past research from Barani, Balotra, and Roy have explored this in the idea of looking at how that affects gender bias in the country, but there's limited or no evidence with respect to gender-based violence, and this is where I come in, or my paper comes into the picture. So why do I choose India? We have deep-rooted traditional gender norms. Divorce and separation is still considered taboo. India has one of the lowest divorce rates in the world, with about 21% of divorce rates. So you have fewer outside options. In the literature of domestic violence, outside options just basically refer to having separation or divorce laws, or just having a society that doesn't consider these taboo. And also, the family structure in India is quite unique because we have some joint family systems and we have a very strong marriage market. So this becomes a very interesting country to examine. So I expect that inheritance would affect violence in this way. I've just streamlined the process to keep it short, to keep it within the 10-minute time frame. So inheritance gives women this additional bargaining power because they have some sort of a financial or an asset to rely back on. So with household bargaining power relative to that of the man in the household, a woman has increased autonomy, which she can decide how she spends on. So basically, she could go for further years of education or enter the labor market, enter the labor market. So as a result, this would reduce violence. because now she brings in, so this affects the resource theory within a household. So when a woman is participating in the labor market, there is evidence that she brings home money. So if violence is occurred because of stress and poverty or fear, that reduces violence. Then there's male backlash. This is particularly true in traditional societies, that of Asia and Latin America, where increased women's autonomy leads to threatening of patriarchal norms, which could lead to further violence. Inheritance would also affect gender norms and attitudes. Attitudes towards violence is one of the small parts of this literature which is gaining a lot of significance. People are now trying to estimate how attitudes towards violence itself affects domestic violence. So what happens here is when a woman is given any form of empowerment initiative, not just inheritance, if it's a society that values that has in its core value that it's okay for a man to perpetrate violence against a woman, that's deep rooted in the socio-cultural context. So attitudes don't change, but rather they get worse because now there is this threat to the society, to the societal norms. So as a result, violence would increase. This is just a theoretical framework based on the literature of how the transmission of the effects would follow. So I contribute to the literature in multiple ways. A, I examine property rights and women empowerment. Duflo, Balotra, and Roy are key contributors in this region. Although there is significant amount of work, what I bring in is the state level amendments that were made to the Act, which kind of make the study more superior. I also add to the growing literature on domestic violence. So far in gender economics, we've always come across gender wage gaps, we've come across educational differences, gaps in education attainment, and so on. There's limited evidence, particularly in the Indian context, about domestic violence. Perhaps this is due to data inaccuracies or reporting bias or social desirability bias, but this is where my paper comes into the contribution section. I also add to gender norms, societal attitudes, and violence. One of the key aspects of my data set is it measures attitudes towards violence. So I will leverage these variables to understand how society's attitude towards violence itself affects violence. And this is one of the big breakthrough contributions that I make through in my study.
Niharika, you're done?
Just now. Could you give me 2
How
minutes?
much more? How much more?
Maybe 2 to 5 minutes, if that's okay.
2 is okay, I think. Yeah.
All right. So basically, I used the stage level amendments, and there's this narrative that it's exogenous because it's not exogenous because the southern states are gender progressive, but I conduct several placebo and robustness checks to help identify the causal effect. And I define treatment where the law says that a woman residing in the amended states should be married after the year of reform and should belong to the Hindu religious group at the time of reform. And my control group are non-Hindu women from other states where the amendments were not happened and who were married before the amendment in that particular state. I follow the difference in difference method. And I use the National Family Health Survey of India, where I use the following outcome variables, which is physical violence in the last 12 months, which reduces recall bias. And I conduct a principal component analysis to estimate emotional violence, which is another key contribution of the study. To quickly go over how my results look like, or my specification, this is my main specification of interest. So religion into reform is my coefficient of interest, and at the baseline, with just state and time fixed effects, I have that post-reform Hindu women actually found a significant increase in their experience of physical, emotional, and acceptance of violence. So justification is a variable that measures how women are accepting of violence from their male partners. And this is just a baseline specification with no controls. Then with additional controls, I find that violence further increases. These controls include whether a woman has how many number of children, whether her partner is alcoholic, whether she's employed, what's her education level, and so on. I'm quickly going to go over to justification of violence because it's very important. So this talks about how women are
Just 1
accepting
minute.
of violence.
1 minute.
Sorry?
Just 1 minute.
Yeah. Post-reform, women tend to be more accepting of violence, which is where the male backlash theory comes into picture in traditional societies, where women are provided with empowerment initiatives, tend to be, the whole empowerment initiative itself is very counterproductive because at the ground level, the socio-cultural context remains the same. So women actually find themselves being bigger victims of violence, and this is what this particular outcome is going to talk to us about. And I also kind of highlight help-seeking women. There are only 40,000 women in my sample size, but I find that actually post-reform women tend to take less help. But this includes all the controls, which include caste, standards of living, alcohol consumption, and so on. Yeah, and I'll just stop at this because I do have some information on how these mechanisms and how that works, but given the time constraint, yeah. But that's everything that's about my paper.
Thank you, Niharika. You made very interesting point. I think that will be discussed further in the later part. Thank you. Thank you. Next, we have Vijaya Priya, and the topic is socioeconomic perspectives on women empowerment. If you come quickly, then we can have more time. We are starting at 3:08, madam. So 3:18 is the hard stop.
Okay, pleasant afternoon to one and all present here. I take a pleasant opportunity in thanking my friend and my well-wisher, Professor Sridevi, for giving me an opportunity to be here as part of the presentation. And I also express my deep gratitude to Professor Deshpande, from whom I have learnt a lot from the time I started off my career almost 2 decades from now. Respected Chair, thank you so much. Anyways, just a small disclaimer to say that definitely this is not a research paper. It is just a compilation of thoughts on what could be women empowerment, both from the social and the economic perspective. I'm just starting off, I'll probably skip some slides because of time constraints. I'm just starting off with this quote of William Ross, which says, "The hand that rocks the cradle rules the world," which is extremely significant in terms of extending social awareness, education to the further generation, more than what even the mother obtains in terms of education. So it's more to do with emphasis on female literacy. So the points of discussion would be just to look at women empowerment through the lens of Aam Aadmi, the common man, some select data facts on female labor force participation rate, and a little bit of information about informal education, because today that's the norm of the day, which is more skill-based and non-academic, so that there's a big fillip and boost towards employment market. And last is just a small little discussion on what is the difference between, because most of the time we feel if anybody is educated with having multiple titles or education qualification, he or she is empowered. It's not about the woman or the man, but it is more to do with entitlement, but it need not necessarily mean empowerment, is what is the last part, which is basically the ideology from, say, Swami Vivekananda and many of the social reformers who have put down their stand on women empowerment. So this is just to say that this is something that we read in our first part of macroeconomics, national income, where there's so much of invisible women labor, which is unpaid in the form of care economy or care services, both for children and the elderly at home, where women spends, the women spend a lot of time on an average compared to the man. This is just the cultural iceberg concept of Edward Hall, which actually says the visible part, we feel that, yes, there's a lot of women coming up forefront, there is empowerment, but still we feel that there's so much, or if we go deep-rooted, we can see that there's so much of unseen deep culture, which basically we can just see through these concepts. For example, the interrelationships, I think there are so many paper presentations which took place a little while ago to say, how do we take in social stigma to say how the man treats the woman, Or how is it that women have to be rigid with regard to taking care of people at home and so on. So we see interrelationship, attitudes, beliefs and values definitely feels that even though there is surface empowerment, but then there is lot deep within is about this model. And there's a lot been spoken about informal economy, the gig economy. So it's basically a trade-off, because economics is all about trade-off. If it's formal employment, it is between stability and interdependence. And if it is informal job, it's whether it's a man or the woman who takes up flexibility versus independence. So that's just a short matrix. And if it's flexibility, it's about, wanting to go for a job or not every day with regard to independence. And nobody is going to tell you this is the target. Example, what a sales manager does to his sales group versus interdependence and stability, which most of us like to be in terms of job security. But then because of a lot of choice between flexibility and independence, we see there's a big push towards informal economy and the gig economy. This is just a small little data set to say on an average how women spends more than 10 hours a day towards care services and care economy. These are certain observations. For example, the woman who earns money, of course with the support of the family, her savings gets decided by the man as to whether it's going to be a mutual fund investment instrument and so on and so forth. And I still remember my grandmother saying that my grandfather used to tell her whom to vote for, etc., etc. So this is just some small little observations. And the last one, which is, I think, the earlier session, which was the concluding part, which was extremely interesting, to say that whether it's the man or the woman, we need to learn life skills. Whether it is cooking, whether it's changing diaper for the child, it's not to segregate that this is the work of the man or the woman. And there's a very interesting video which Mrs. Sudhamurthy has spoken about, that sons have to learn to cook and look after care services, and it is no longer the job of the woman. This is data set relating to dwindling labor force, female labor force participation rate. And this shows the average female labor force participation rate both at urban and rural spaces. And this is just to take your attention towards the missing women concept given by Professor Amartya Sen. Of course, when he did this contribution, it was 927 was the number. I think 2 days back in the paper, it's come out that the sex ratio is improved now to 933. And taking help of Anderson and Ray, missing women concept, especially in the sub-Saharan Africa. Of course, this is more disease related, but the missing women concept is more to do with neglect and poor treatment towards women health, especially in the rural spaces. Taking attention towards last year's Nobel laureate contribution with regard to the U-shaped curve, I think this clearly explains even the kind of coincidence with regard to the Indian women labor market, where we start off with higher level of women employment when we were dominant with regard to agriculture. As industry transformation, sectoral transformation happened, there is a lower trend in the women employment. Then again towards dominance of service sector because of expanding education and more social economic broader outlook, definitely the women labor employment has increased. And we can definitely add the concept of gig and informal economy here, which is added up to the increasing labor employment as far as Indian female labor market is concerned. This is a small little depiction which says that how the man and the woman starts off with regard to the same level of income, but then later on you see there's a recession from with regard to the female employment, because you see definitely her or holding a child, nursing the child and so on, but the man continues to go higher up the ladder. So these are certain social norms, even though we speak so much about changes, policy, prescription, but there are so much which is more inert and within the system which we need to take in. So this is where we say that there's a conflict between career clock and biological clock. In fact, being a teacher for quite a number of years, we do see that when they are in the, very good prospect of going into climbing up the corporate ladder, there is institution of marriage, motherhood, because of which some of them have to take a break and move on. And I've heard even one of the HR managers saying that I prefer to take men over women because there's always some break or the other in terms of maternity leave and so on. Okay, so this is just, again, a glimpse of Claudia Golden's work, but then just to give the fourth phase, which says that viewed career as personal identities. So this is the last, you can say, the mature phase of women labor and employment. I'm going to skip this. And this is just to give an attention on gender budget. When we started in 2005, it was 0.6% of GDP, which was spent, versus 2024-25, it is increased to 0. List B, how it is being spent with regard to women-specific schemes, versus 30% of the beneficiaries being women. This is an interesting depiction just to pick up from labor economics, where it says that if the man and the woman distributes the work at home, the utility level increases. You can see in the x-axis that the time spent towards household production, whenever it reduces for the woman, definitely her utility level increases from U1 to U2. These are some data facts with regard to female labor force participation rate, India and neighboring countries. This is about vocational education training, as I just said. Just one line of observation to say that there is difference between when we see the number of people enrolling at with the vocational training, we see women register more compared to men. But then post-training, when it goes to employment, definitely the employability, even though the employability is high, but then the employment levels are low. So this is one of the observations, and these are connected instances with regard to that. And the latest economic survey says that with regard to the SDGs, so many progresses have been made. But just to conclude, as I told you, it's just the difference between entitlement and empowerment. Having multiple degrees does not mean empowered. Empowerment basically happens with regard to if you're able to, that's why there's so much of importance on entrepreneurship and so on, where if you're able to even generate employment or able to be a part of policy making or any of these contribution, and probably uplift any of social stigmas around, we can definitely say that that is empowerment, rather than saying education and degrees is empowerment, is my final conclusion with regard to this particular context. And I would just like to conclude by saying a woman is a full circle. Within her is a power to create, nurture, and transform. And educated women definitely can be related to matchsticks in a matchbox. Unless and until you take them out and give the friction, then there is light and empowerment around. Or else we're just going to be educated and be within doors, being educated and not really contributing anything to society. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Vijaya. It's very interesting and a lot of things to learn from. Thank you. So next is Professor Jajatia, School of Economics. Employment inequality in India, does education caste matter?
Honorable Chair, my respected teachers and ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon to everyone. At the outset, I would like to thank Professor G. Sridevi for giving me this wonderful opportunity to present. And I'll try my best to be very specific. I'll try my best to finish even before 10 minutes. Yeah. So these are the two main research questions I'm intended to address here. What is the work participation rate and employment pattern, the differential between marginalized groups versus other groups? And what explains this existing inequalities? Or the factors, basically the main research question here is the factors which enable a few group to access certain level of education and a certain kind of employment, particularly formal employment and a better education. Or we can say either access to those better education and formal jobs, or denial of opportunities, whichever way we can consider, it is fine. This paper is based on purely secondary data. I'm using the National Sample Survey data, the employment unemployment surveys, and periodic labor force surveys. Although I have used certain regression methods, I'm not going to focus on explaining those here, but the cream of those results I'm going to present to prove the points I am intended to make. So let me begin with the context that while the marginalized groups, both AC and ST, constitute about 28% of the total population in India, but when it comes to their employment share, in the formal employment share, it is only 23%. And the worst is their share in participation in higher education, it is only 16%. So that triggered me to carry out this particular research. And given the context that the Indian economy is passing through a phase, in a transition phase, that we have a window of opportunities that is called demographic dividend. We have a large share of youth population which can be employed in better paid occupations, and so that we can harness the demographic dividend. If a large chunk of population, more than a quarter of population, are excluded from accessing such opportunities, then it is the harnessing the demographic dividend is questionable. And that is questionable because it may not sustain the economic growth per se. Hence, access to higher education and formal jobs are crucial in harnessing demographic dividend in India. So next couple of slides, I'm going to drive you through facts and figures only. I'm not going to tell you much story, but the story is clear in 2 or 3 lines, 3 main propositions. Let me begin with the labor market participation or work participation differential between various caste groups. So this is the work participation rate, the population who are participating in work divided by total population into 100, the work participation rate. You could see that clearly the blue color and the red color line are AC and ST, the socially marginalized groups. Their work participation rate is much higher as compared to both OBCs and other castes. So this is something that, we are not going to celebrate that. This is because that, people belonging to socially marginalized groups, they accept whatever comes in their way, and they do not have the liberty to become unemployed or to become NLET. We say that, they will become either passive or active unemployed. So they have to accept whatever comes on their way, and they are the main breadwinner of the family. And what is the major constant here is that their capability endowment. Their capability endowment is so low that whatever comes on their way, they are accepting. And that is the reason why the work participation rate among socially marginalized groups is higher as compared to other categories, socially higher categories. That is why I'm saying this is the thing, and this is the proof of that. You could see that the highlighted columns are given with a circle, that you could see that the percentage of worker who work as either casual labor, daily wage labor, or self-employed. Within self-employed, there are 3 categories. One is own account worker. They have their own shops and they service there. And the second category is unpaid family labor. And the third category is called employer. The employer is a better form of employment within the self-employed category. When it comes to socially marginalized group, that percentage is quite lower. Whereas, people within self-employed, they are either own account worker or unpaid family worker. They work as in that form, or they mostly work as casual labor. But when it comes to regular salaried worker, those who are getting regular payment on a monthly basis, there you find that the share of socially marginalized group is quite lower as compared to the socially upper caste, or you can say the forward caste groups. Now, employment in formal employment, this is employment with some kind of social security benefit provisions. You could see that again, there exists a group, social group wise intergroup differential. Whereas AC and STs have a relatively lower share, the share of other caste and OBC is much higher. And if you go from the social hierarchy, you could see that, people belonging to other caste, forward caste, their share in formal employment is quite higher as compared to their socially marginalized groups counterparts. Now, the worst is in government jobs. Well, the share of population, I have already told you that about 28% of the total population are AC and STs. When it comes to their share in government jobs, it is only about 14%, 3 plus 11. It is, a quite sorry state of affair. You could see that. Now, what is the main factor behind this? Apart from other, although I have controlled for several factors, a host of factors I have controlled, but let me present the first descriptive tables by the education. When it comes to access to higher education means the level graduation and above level of education, general education, and in training I am considering both vocational training as well as the technical education. So you could see that again the share of ACs and STs is quite lower when it comes to their participation in higher education. The left hand side figures are saying their participation rate within their group, within the group percentage, and this is between group percentage. You could see that the share of AC and STs together in the education is the overall participation. Forget about the inter-caste group differentials. The total, I'm saying, including all the caste, about 4% of the workforce are having technical or vocational education. That is the main point I would like to tell you. Now, coming to the probability of accessing education and training, you could see that you know people who belonging to low economic groups by the economic quintiles on x-axis I have taken the log MPC, log monthly per capita consumption expenditure, and the y-axis I have taken access to higher education, the probability of accessing to higher education. You could see that those who belonging to the upper quintiles, their participation rate is higher, but at the same time the intercaste group differential is clearly reflected in the higher end of the income distribution. The similar story in case of accessing to technical education, and you could clearly see that STs and SCs, their probability of accessing a particular level of education, in this case it is technical education, is much lower as compared to their forward caste counterparts. Same the story in case of vocational training. And when it comes to their probability of employment, probability of obtaining a government job, well, there is not much difference. You could see that the probability of obtaining a government job, those who are highly educated among SC and STs, they are higher, which is a contrast to my expectation, theoretical expectation. It is just contrast. But when it comes to their probability of formal employment, a similar story. But when it comes to probability of accessing higher occupations, the story is as expected. And the ACs and ST socially marginalized groups are denial of opportunities to access better occupation. So with this, I'm going to conclude, and to bridge this caste differential divide, we need to take some measures. So I'm not going to spend time on that. We can discuss about that when question comes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Parida. Very interesting. Dr. Khalil Shaha, and the topic is about intersectionality of marginalization, discrimination and deprivation of scheduled castes in rural Karnataka.
At the outset, thank you very much for sorry. It's okay. I did it because of the dismiss. I mean, I have chosen the rural Karnataka for one reason is that what I find in the rural past, rural present, and the rural future. The main point which I am going to start with this, the reality of discrimination on the basis of the caste that actually transcend into the economic marginalization, inflicting sustained deprivation and dependence. And when you look into that, this how this get reflected in lopsided distribution of productive resources, and how these are linked with the what we find actually. Yesterday, Professor Thorat and others have actually given a good preview that about discrimination and economic theory of development. I'm not going to do that, but then my focus point is going to be here that starting with the how this discrimination is actually transcending into the particularly in the labor market, land market, and the asset market. Class populations in 1991 and 2001, where we find that 40 now the share of men workers, one is that it is also declining from 44% to 40%. The cultivator population also, I mean, their share is going down from 12% to 9.5%. Agriculture labor, little bit diversion is taking place to other sector, but largely what we find, this 10% plus, there are only 50% of the population only works. And within that, large number of them are into that sector, which are lowly paid jobs. So where the market, particularly all we begins is nothing from the labor market. Tomorrow, with the education, whatever you have are going to earn money, and from that you are going to generate the asset. But then, if you are end up into the low paid job, the future doesn't seems to be good here. Now, given that structure, how the SCs and non-SCs, the relative distribution in the workforce, what we find that they are largely into agriculture workers. There are very few in the non-agriculture workers, and they are comparatively higher in numbers. If you can see here, now cultivators are only from 27 to 20%, they are declining there. At the same time, you can find the agriculture labor is a very significant proportion of people are in agriculture sector, 49% to 52%. I mean, they're largely, the marginalization of cultivators are happening, and the marginalization of work in terms of value of productivity is also happening, earnings also happening as compared to the other group. And these are getting reflected in this. This is the data of Karnataka. If you see the occupation-wise monthly net income, you will find that what is the great level of disparity into the earnings, and the particularly agriculture and manual labor earn very less. When you look at the concentration, largely these rural labors are concentrated in agriculture sector, where you can see a great disparity in the sectoral earning per capita worker, actually. And recently, the government of Karnataka has brought the Human Development Report, where they have said, and those estimates they have given for different groups, social group of income for a different social group, where we can see the income from the general 48,000 rupees, where against the, the SC group stand in the lowest, SC and ST stand very low. I mean, more than double, the gap is a huge there. Now, looking at their land asset, what we also find, the SC's landlessness are increasing. Marginal holding, if you see, almost 72%, which was or 72 to 56% of the land holdings are below 1 acre of land, and 1 acre, at least almost 70% of the land are below 2 acres of land. So this means that the land size is also they are getting marginalized, or then the income that can be generated from the agriculture has a less, they are getting marginalized there. Now, looking at the gross crop irrigation, in the basis of irrigation, we see the great level of disparity between these two groups also. And look at this debt and investment survey, what it highlights. This is the average value of asset of the rural household in terms of lakh. SCs stands very low against the other groups, and we have the, according to their employment status, we also find that agriculture and non-agriculture casual workers, they have a very low level of asset. With this low level of asset, do you think they will be able to actually go for any other job? They cannot invest in agriculture. They have a lesser capacity to invest. One, the lesser capacity to send their children to the school. At one hand, a lot of private schools are coming, so they may not be able to compete with the difference in the quality education. Also, poor infrastructure of education. We don't see any changes that is going to be favorable for the marginalized group of the society in near future. Now look at this, it has another dimension of the region. If you see the socio-economic demographic vulnerability index, that includes the level of education and the share of SCs in the total group. We find the group which has a largely economical vulnerable are also those who are we find into the socially vulnerable, those group. That means the poverty is also located in those regions where we have significant presence of SC population. That can be seen from the inland northern region where we have Bidar, Gulbarga, and Raichur. These are the regions where we can find a significant pocket of poor. Now, what is the finding from this all is that with the shrinking land-based asset, overcrowding of low-paid labor markets, neither the states or nor the market has been able to alleviate the economic hardship and dismantle entrenched inequality and social and economic structure. Scheduled castes have been historically remained weakest group of the society, forcibly confined because market is so rigid in a way that it doesn't have any way out to go to the other sector. Educationally, they are at the bottom. Moreover, they have skill-wise in the low-paid job. So the social relationship and the power relationship, when we look into those aspects, will come to know. You can experience in the household that which are working some women worker that comes to your house to work. So what is the future of their in social occupational mobility in their life? So we cannot see that. So what we feel that occupational mobility offers little economic independence thanks to the education and limiting employment opportunity both in the private and public sectors. Both political will and bureaucratic mechanism disproportionately favor higher caste, perpetuating systematic inequality through rational custom codified within caste system. What we find that lot of policy that goes for the downside. If they have a lower resource base, those policies will not reach to them, and the situation are not likely to change much in this regard. So the state is failing. The market itself is also not able to correct that failure because of inherent factors. Mostly the investment in infrastructure areas concentrated of deprived castes, particularly the northern Karnataka, and reducing their access to the basic facilities and economic opportunities. This lack of infrastructure exacerbates the marginalization of scheduled castes as their interface with the market remains limited.
1 minute to go.
Thank you. I'll finish.
I think you finished before time, so you are a gifter. You are gifting us time. So the next person, Dr. Anju Suzanne Thomas. She is going to speak about infant and young child feeding practices, nutrition awareness among tribal mothers in Kerala, a qualitative investigation.
A hearty good afternoon to one and all, respected chair of the session, discussant of the session, and distinguished participants. It gives me immense pleasure to return to my alma mater from where I did my MA, MPhil, and PhD. I would like to take this opportunity to thank my guide and my mentor, Professor G. Sridevi, for giving her invitation to come and present over here. The topic of today's presentation is infant and young child feeding practices and nutrition awareness among tribal mothers in Kerala. It's a qualitative investigation. Introduction. Under 5 malnutrition is a public health issue that definitely slows down a country's rapid economic development. Globally, over 33% of child mortality is attributable to malnutrition. Nutritional outcome disparities result from inequities which stem from marginalization or disempowerment of individuals or social groups. Proper nutrition is inevitable in diseases associated with poverty and chronic illness which impacts all socioeconomic groups. Several conceptual models have attempted to analyze the diverse and complex set of factors which contribute to child undernourishment. Research on determinants of malnutrition has identified a host of factors, namely demographic factors, socioeconomic variables, child and care variables, women's status, infant and young child feeding practices, and access to healthcare services. A brief look at the nutritional status indicators for children across social groups in India reveals that among the tribal and the SC category, stunting, wasting, and underweight, and even anemia are on a rise. The same is the situation in the so-called developed state of Kerala. Let me come to the statement of the problem. The triple burden of malnutrition is an emerging issue of concern, and the nutritional outcome of the marginalized groups is far behind that of other social groups. Majority of the studies in Kerala focused on the prevalence and determinants of malnutrition at all India level and at state level. But not many studies have focused on the community specific maternal and childcare practices and traditions at the household level. So an attempt in this direction is being done. A very few studies have focused on the IYCF practices among the different tribal groups and nutrition awareness among mothers of young children in Kerala. The present study has three objectives. The first one is to understand the IYCF practices prevailing in the study area, to study the nutrition awareness among the tribal mothers of children, and finally, to explore the community-specific maternal and childcare customs and traditions at the household level in the study area. Moving on to the methodology, the present study employs a multi-stage sampling technique. The tribal population of Kerala is geographically concentrated, and out of the 14 districts, those districts which have at least 5% tribal population have been considered for identifying the farthest and the closest lying districts from the Kerala state average in terms of the anthropometric indicators, namely stunting, wasting, and underweight. A qualitative investigation is conducted in two districts, namely Thiruvananthapuram and Wayanad district, and the panchayats chosen are Vithura and Tirunelli. Using a semi-structured interview schedule, telephonic in-depth interviews were conducted among mothers of children under 2 in the local language, among randomly chosen 20 tribal mothers of children under 2. Using the Krippendorf data inference and analysis were done using the methodology of Krippendorf, and ethnographic content analysis has been conducted. Manifest and latent content were employed for content analysis. Moving on to the first objective, the IYCF practices in the study area. As we all know, malnutrition is rampant among the tribal community, especially among the tribal children. We have created categories for analyzing IYCF practices into introduction and duration of breastfeeding, frequency of breastfeeding, prelacteal feeds, infant formula, what were the first weaning foods that were given, and how are the foods prepared, and the food intake. Regarding the introduction and the duration of the breastfeeding, it's quite surprising to note that the breastfeeding has been initiated mostly within 1 hour or mostly within half a day after birth. In case of C-section deliveries or other health impediments, the onset of breastfeeding has been delayed a little later, but otherwise it has been immediately started. The service of the healthcare workers are laudable in this regard because these mothers are given proper awareness, proper knowledge about the importance of starting or initiating the breastfeeding. 6 months of exclusive breastfeeding is practiced, and extended breastfeeding up to 3 years has been noted in these tribal communities. So using the ethnographic content, the first person analysis has been done in the ethnographic part. Regarding the frequency of breastfeeding, mostly the breastfeeding is demand driven. Hunger cues from the child or restlessness would initiate the breastfeeding, and frequency of breastfeeding has drastically reduced by the age of 2 years. As we all know, it is a time for the child to completely wean from the mother's breast milk and move on to the family pot. Moving on to the prelacteal feeds. The prelacteal feeds are other food which are provided to the child other than the breast milk. So the prelacteal feeds have been drastically reduced. See, in this tribal community, these people have the practice of giving swarna muricha. The sense they rub a piece of gold on a stone and they'll mix it with honey and give it to the child as a first feed. So these people think that this will enhance the prosperity of the child's future living. And there's another tradition of giving the vayamba and honey. It's an Ayurvedic sort of formulation that they make, and it is supposed to enhance the speech clarity of the child. So those practices have been drastically reduced, mainly because of the efforts of the ASHA workers and the other government officials. Infant formula. Formula milk was rarely given, and it was given only for certain reasons, like the mother has to go out or there are certain medical conditions. Moving on to the first weaning foods, most of the foods given were cereal-based porridges and commercial foods were not popular. And regarding food intake, foods were given at regular feeding, which is called as responsive feeding, but in between snacking has reduced the appetite of the children. Regarding the nutrition and vaccination awareness among mothers, we checked two aspects. What are the benefits of breast milk to the mother and breastfeeding to the mother and breast milk given to the child?
Dr. Susan, I think you have 1 minute more.
So many of the tribal mothers had good understanding about the benefit of breast milk, but they were less knowledgeable about the benefit of breastfeeding to the mother. And regarding the breastfeeding hindrances, good familial support from the family has resulted in better feeding and care provisioning. And many of the mothers refrain from working outside the home because of the sole reason that they have to take care of the child. And care of children during illness in the tribal community, these tribal mothers, based on the advice of the tribal familial elders, they prepare some Ayurvedic formulation and give it to the children in the first instance, and many of them has been found to be effective. Pregnancy and antenatal care of mothers, I'll finish it in just 1 minute's time. Many of the traditional practices are not now followed. Why? Because these tribal elders feel that the incompatibility of the traditional medicines with the allopathy medicine might create problems for the tribal mothers. And there are a lot of misconceptions regarding what to eat, so I'm not going into the depth of all those things. And there are a lot of traditional customs that these people follow. To conclude, let me say that though majority of the mothers were aware of the benefits of breast milk and the importance of exclusive breastfeeding for 6 months, they are rarely practiced. In the field, we could see that they were reluctant to disclose the information. They were saying to us, yeah, we breastfeed for 6 months, but from others we could understand, from the other family members we could understand that it was not correct. And they had good understanding of the importance of colostrum, and institutional deliveries have resulted in the early initiation of breastfeeding and has drastically reduced the prelacteal feeding. To conclude, maternal education, nutrition awareness, optimum infant and young child feeding practices, improving access to healthcare services, water and hygienic practices, and all-inclusive social, protection system can help to reduce the burden of malnutrition. Thank you.
And we have now Dr. Kuldeep Singh Nagi on decomposing the gender gap in academic learning among marginalized communities. I will suggest something. Actually, we are missing out on the findings of the study. I would request you to focus more on the findings and briefly tell us about the methodology. Those two are really important.
Very warm good afternoon to one and all, respected chair and all the dignitaries. First of all, I would like to thank my PhD supervisor, Professor G. Shridevi, for giving me this opportunity to come and present my research here. So, my topic is decomposing the gender gap in academic learning among the marginalized groups. So before entering into the topic, first of all, I would like to discuss about the Sustainable Development Goal. So as we all know, a decade ago in 2015, the UN General Assembly has set 17 goals which we are supposed to achieve by 2030. So it includes no hunger, no poverty, environment related, social justice, gender equality. So many gaps are there. So my presentation will be mostly focusing on Sustainable Development Goal 4, which says quality of education, and the 5th, which says the gender equality. So where we stand right now, so that I will be showing. So goal number 4 talks about, it says that SDG aims to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunity for all by 2030. And it includes the 7 targets, and there are 3 implementations way of doing it. So I'm not going into that. Next, SDG, how we can achieve this SDG. There are certain inputs. That input will lead us to the outputs, and then we can have a certain outcomes. The difference between output and outcome is like in a simple way, if I have to put, I would say when we use ingredient, we prepare a food. Food is the output, and after getting eating a food, we get nice sleep. That is the outcome of that preparation of the food. So, or we can say output is the immediate result, and outcome is the long-term result of the particular inputs. So if we want to achieve a Sustainable Development Goal 4, we should have a school infrastructures, better scholarship opportunities, teacher training programs, and sustainable other things. It will lead us to outcomes. If we see the first outcomes, the proficiency in reading and mathematics, or we can say cognitive skills of a child. So that is my main focus here in the presentations. So here, if we talk about, whenever we talk about the schooling educations or access, the major indicators to determine the schooling, access to schooling or quality educations, the first one is enrollment rate, attendance rate, literacy rate, quality, school quality, and the learning achievement level. So far, the good number of research has been conducted on all the variables except the learning achievement level of the students, school-going students. So why I'm saying that there was no national level data was available till 2006 related to the learning achievements. Why I'm saying learning achievements? Because there are data which says that we have increased the enrollment rate, we have reduced the dropout rates in the schools, and we have good attendance rate because after the introduction of midday meals, now the students have started retaining in the schools. So attendance rate is also very good. But the problem is coming, they are in the schools, they are passing from the schools, but what they are learning, the learning level. So in 2006, there was an NGO called Pratham. They were working with the children who are living in a slum area. So they found that there is a learning gap. Even though children are in the school, but still they are not able to read the basic paragraphs. They are not able to perform a basic mathematical techniques like subtraction, addition, or multiplications. So after that, the ASER was started, and the ASER recent report in 2022 report says that children's basic reading ability has dropped to a pre-2012 levels, whatever reading ability they were having in 2012, reserving the slow improvement achieved in the intervening years. Similarly, for arithmetics, it says the learning ability of the children's in arithmetics or mathematics has declined over 2018 levels. And apart from the ASER, there is another organization, National Achievement Survey. They also says that there is a noticeable gender gap in the learning outcomes or educational achievements. Apart from that, there is a survey we have available in India, Young Life Survey. Yesterday we had Professor Revati ma'am here. She is the nodal officer for to conduct this survey. It's sponsored by Oxford University, and they conducted the survey in 4 countries: Peru, Vietnam, Ethiopia, and in India. In India, they are conducting this survey in Andhra Pradesh, now Andhra and Telangana. So their results also, the Young Life Survey result also shows that there is a academic learning, there is a gap in the academic learning where the boys are performing better than the girls. Now, even the government NEP document says that the various government and non-government survey indicate that we are currently in a learning crisis. So this is what motivated me to conduct my research, where the students are in the school but still learning is not happening. So my first objective is the question is gender disparity in education performance, and if there is a education disparity, performance disparity based on the gender, then what are the factors behind it and how much they are contributing it, because there may be many factors like the social background of the children, the parental income, the parental education qualification, and number of factors will be there, but not necessarily each factor will be contributing equally. So each factor will have certain contribution towards the gap. So this is my sample design. So I selected 2 states for my primary study, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, and based on the highest SC populations, I have selected the 2 districts from each state, that is Prakasham district from Andhra and Manchiryal district from the Telangana state, and from both the districts I have selected 2 mandals, and from the mandals I have selected certain 16 villages, and out of that I have collected 270 samples from the villages. Now, all right. So these are my major variables which I am going to analyze here. I have divided my variables into 4 categories. First is child specific features, second is parental education qualification, then household features, and the other variables. Now, I have used for my simple production function where I have said the performance is dependent on child specific feature or parental education, household, and other variables. It's a production function. And to decompose the performance gap, I have used Blinder Oaxaca, where I have taken the expected performance of male children and expected performance of the female children. So I have used here 3-fold decomposition. Yesterday, Professor Thorat was also talking about the decomposing the gap, where he was talking about endowment effect and the unexplained effect, where we call it discriminatory effect also. So in that, I have taken a 3-fold Blinder Oaxaca decomposition approach. Here I found that in Telangana and Andhra, majorly I have taken the mathematics and English score. The difference is significant in both the states in math and English. Whereas in Andhra Pradesh, there is a difference in the performance of male and female children, but that difference is not significant, statistically significant. When we decompose this further, it is not the endowment effect, it is the coefficient effect. And the coefficient effect means there is a differential returns for both the genders given the same level of inputs, the variables which I have taken. So when we decompose that further, we found that a body mass index and mother's education and midday meal schemes are the major contributing to the coefficient effect. And these are the same factors for all three. And that's all. So majorly, if I have to conclude, I would say there is a gender gap in the educational performance, and the gender gap is mostly occurring because of the low BMI, midday meal scheme, and parental education, whereas mother education specifically are contributing to the gender gap. So if we have to outcome of this what we say problem, the government needs to focus majorly on the nutritious food for the children, midday meal schemes, and certain schemes to for the parents education. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Kuldeep Singh ji. Now we have Dr. Samuel Matangi and Dr. Nitin Tagade on discrimination against Dalits in business, study in rural Andhra Pradesh. So you're starting now, 402. So you can go up to 412.
Good afternoon, one and all. I'm very grateful and thankful to Professor Thorat for giving his guidance and his thoughts and his insights during my PhD. Because of his immense guidance, I was able to complete my PhD in IIDS, New Delhi. And I'm also very thankful to Dr. Nitin sir, who is my mentor for postdoctoral research fellow, School of Economics, University of Hyderabad. And currently we are working on this paper. And we also thanking you, Professor Sridevi Garu, for giving us this opportunity to present our paper. We pointed out that the economic nature of caste system in India is a fixation of economic rights related to occupation for each caste by birth and continues through inheritance. These occupations are not only fixed and also unequally distributed and maintain a hierarchy by treating higher caste as superior and lower caste as inferior. So the immediate effect of this caste system, which is conceptualized by Professor Thorat and Newman in two ways. There is a complete and denial of exclusion of certain social groups such as lower caste by higher caste in hiring and sale of purchase of inputs and factors of production, and also services like education and health. Secondly, the immediate effect of caste system can be seen through selective inclusion but with differential treatment to the excluded groups, which can be resulted in differential prices charged and received for inputs and also for consumer goods, and also the factor prices charged and received such as wages, rent, interest and profit. So the immediate effect of this caste system, which is selective inclusion with differential treatment against lower caste, is basically discrimination, which refers to any disparity in treatment between individuals based on their group membership rather than their personal characteristics. So with this introduction, our paper examines caste-based discrimination and its impact on profitability of scheduled caste business owners in rural Andhra Pradesh. For this study has been a field survey with a structured questionnaire comprising of 300 samples in the rural areas of Kollipara Mandal of Guntur district in Andhra Pradesh. So the 300 samples comprising of 200 respondents from scheduled caste business owners and also 100 respondents from higher caste business owners among 4 business enterprises such as tailoring, retail trade. In retail trade, we have taken grocery shops, and in the eateries, we have taken hotels and also auto services. So if you see the data, we have found that there is a disparity in the profit. We can see that the SCs are earning very less revenue as compared to higher cost business owners. And if you see the profit, the higher cost earning double than the scheduled cost business owners. If you see the last column, on average, the higher cost business owners are earning 13,357, whereas the SC business owners are earning only 6,604. So there is a clear disparities in the profit. When we try to understand why these disparities persist, so we can easily understand from the data that the revenue earned by the SCs are very less than the higher cost business owners. So the point and the question is why the SCs business owners are earning less revenue. So when we try to understand this question, we have asked them why the revenues are less for you. So the immediate response from them is most of the respondents, a highest percent of the SC respondents, they reported that most of the purchases are made from their own cost persons. Whereas in contrast to that, the high cost business owners reported that about 70%. They reported that the most of the purchases are made by all cost in the village. So this is the main reason for the disparities in the revenue. And some of the respondents also, we have asked them what are the reasons for denial of purchases from higher cost customers. So they were admitting themselves that most of the SC business owners, it is basically their cost background which is associated with the concept of impurity, the concept of pollution, still it is there, and they are also admitting that the notion that the low cost people in the rural villages they treated, because of this most of the higher cost not able to purchase from their businesses. And also some of the respondents they reported that it is the long distance because the location of the business of the SC owners is little far from the localities of the residings of the higher cost people. So it is the one of the reason also for earning low revenue. And we try to ask them, the most of the SC business owners are located their businesses in their residing places as they reported. So because of that also they are not having their customers from higher cost. So again we have asked them, why can't you start your business at the common marketplace? Why can't you start your business in the common market where you can get all the customers from all the cost? So they reported that in the common marketplace, when they approach to access the shops in the common marketplace, they were informed very high rents because the shops are owned by the persons who belong to higher caste. They were informing higher rents. Because of that, most of the scheduled caste business owners not able to afford because of financial constraints, they were not able to start their business in the common marketplace. And they are also admitted that their fear of sales because their cost was associated with the concept of untouchability, the concept of purity, impurity and pollution still persist in the rural areas. Their fear of sales, because of that they are not able to open their businesses at common marketplace. And lastly, finally, they reported that when they were overcoming the financial concerns also, some of the business owners, they approached the higher caste shop owners for starting their businesses at common marketplace. When I heard the responses from the scheduled caste business owners, they reported that when they approached the higher caste business owners shops, they were telling these words are very humiliating and these words are very discriminatory in nature. The business owners who are belong to higher caste, they try to say that you low caste people grown up in such a way that you are coming with us and you are coming to us and you are asking a shop for rent, and they were denying to provide space for the business owners belong to SCs, and they are not only denying, they are saying, and they are also trying to defend their argument of refusing and denial of the space. They are saying, if I give space for you to start business in the common marketplace, you will start hotel, and your own caste people who are low caste, they are calling by their caste name also. They will come and they will eat, and our own caste people, they will be standing outside on the road. This situation is very humiliating and disgusting for our own higher caste people. This is why we don't even give space or shop in the common marketplace. This is what the rigid mindset of people who belong to higher caste. Still, this mindset is persisting in the rural areas. Thank you.
Highly interesting, not I would say interesting, but very deeply thinking, like we need to think about these problems. Thank you for bringing them up. So we have Avani Thatte, Sharmi Das, presenting differences in time spent on paid and unpaid activities by men and women.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Avni, a student of School of Economics, and today I, along with Sharmidas, will be presenting our paper in which we're trying to analyze the difference in time spent on paid and unpaid activities by men and women. Unpaid work is mostly seen as work outside the realm of economic activity. It often goes unaccounted for in national income accounts. We know that majority of unpaid work in houses is done by women. It's done in the form of domestic labor, domestic work or care work. This sort of work is mostly voluntary and has no remuneration. And these attributes led to unpaid work being neglected from mainstream economics for the longest time. But since the late 60s, feminist economists have been trying to bring some attention to unpaid work and recognize its value and place it within the realm of economic studies. As for recent developments, the UN has also recognized unpaid labor by including it in the Sustainable Development Goal 5. This focuses on gender equality and aims to end all forms of discrimination against women and girls at all levels. What we are trying to do in our paper is to look at the proportion of individuals involved and mainly the difference in time spent by men and women in three activities: employment-related activities, unpaid domestic work, and unpaid care work. Under care work, we include care, child care, and care for sick and elderly.
So I'll just briefly go over the broad areas that our secondary literature has covered. So the gender pattern of unpaid work, like since yesterday we have been discussing on the notion of the male breadwinner versus the secondary income of the females, where the females are staying inside the house and doing the unpaid job and men are going outside. And then we come to the problems of measurement and recognition of unpaid work. So unpaid work is mostly invisible. It is not even calculated in the GDP. And if I have to just mention the system of national accounts, it's like a set of international agreement that helps to identify the activities that will be included in calculation of GDP. So unpaid work is mostly in the non-SNA accounts all over the world. And then we come to the caregiving aspect of the unpaid work. The caregiving work is a very challenging and commands some emotional labor as well, not just physical labor. And we have seen that the caregivers are often at the risk of having depression or some other health related issues. So health so this is one of the aspects that we wanted to highlight. And next we come to the declining trend of the female labor participation in India. We do not go into the all the reasons, but we just try to look at the possible interconnections between unpaid labor and employment. And scholars have also used the concept of time poverty, where we have seen that women are mostly focusing on the unpaid work, which limits the time available to them to engage in meaningful employment in the labor market. And also in economics, we have used the econometric modeling to study the relationship between the two. Now I again invite Avni over.
So it is commonly believed that the reason women do most of the unpaid work or domestic work at home is because they spend less time outside engaged in employment activities. But in reality, that's actually not true. According to NSSO 2019 survey, women on average were spending only 100 to 120 minutes less than men on employment related activities. On the other hand, as you can see here, they're spending almost 3 times the amount of time that men spend on unpaid domestic work. Now, there's one more misconception that, as society modernizes, the unpaid labor distribution would be more equal within households, and as women become more active participants in the labor force, men would do their share of domestic work. But that's not the case. Women have been active participants of the labor force, especially in agriculture or construction industries. They've been doing work outside homes and within homes all by themselves. And so even if society is modernizing, the division of labor within households is still gendered. Now, as per national class, in fact, women in unpaid sectors have increased over time. This was seen in the urban sectors. Now, within unpaid activity, we had 2 categories, SNA and non-SNA activities. As you can see, under SNA category, women and men spend around the same amount of time. But for non-SNA activities, women are spending 281 minutes compared to just 38 minutes that men spend. So not only are they not paid for this work is also not recognized. And you can directly see this, how this translates into the domestic workers' wages. As per national classification, elementary occupations, which includes cleaning, laundry, these are all included in Division 9. And Division 9 is dominated by female workers. And Division 9 has one of the lowest wages among all divisions. So since this domestic work is undervalued and not recognized within our own homes, it's reflected in the wages of domestic workers as well. And within the Division 9 category, there's a huge wage gap between male and female. The urban female is earning 15 rupees less per hour compared to their male counterparts, and the rural female earns 11 rupees less than rural males. Now, these are some of the reasons that have been reported by men and women for not being in the labor force. And this sort of solidifies the argument we're trying to make that there's unequal distribution of work within homes. For women, 44% reported that the reason they're not part of the labor force is because they're engaged in childcare and homemaking. And reported that the reason they're not in the labor force is because they want to continue studying. And only 0.8% actually are not in the labor force because of homemaking commitments. So this shows us how like education and careers for women are secondary, but housework is considered to be their primary responsibility.
So coming to the conclusion of our paper, so throughout the discussion that we have done till now, we have seen that unpaid within the realm of unpaid work, women are getting marginalized or at a disadvantage, and this marginalization or disadvantage can be in different aspects like economic as well as social. Like in economics, we can talk about how women are disadvantaged in case of financial independence or the access to resources. Socially, the cultural norms are putting so much expectations on to take up the unpaid aspect of work. So this paper underscores the need to understand how to combat these cultural norms that are rooted in our society. And being student of economics, we always try to quantify or add a monetary value to the unpaid work, which is essential, but which is also not enough because we have to do more than that. So these are the few questions that our paper tries to put forth for future research as well, like will narrowing the wage gap only solve this problem, or the changes in the socially acceptable heterosexual family structure help? Is just quantifying unpaid work enough to help women with the burden, to ease the burden of women? So we try to bring forth this view that it is important to look from the economic perspective, but also include some socio-cultural aspects as well to address this issue. Thank you. And lastly, we'd like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to our professor, Dr. G. Sridevi ma'am. Ma'am has inspired to write this paper, and her guidance has been immensely helpful for our paper. Thank you so much.
Thank you, both of you, and you have done a good job of time management, although it's between the two of you. I think we come to the end of the paper's presentation, and we have the discussion now. Pardon? Q&A? You have questions? After the discussion, yeah, because I think he himself might point out few things.
Hello. Yeah, thank you for the time. I will not take much time. Dear respected chair, respected dignitaries, and the paper presenters, before I take this short time, I would like to say a disclaimer. Although I'm from a marginalized community, I am not a researcher in this field of discrimination or gender women, nor am I an activist. But I thank the opportunity given to me by Professor Sridevi to make some observations. All these presentations, 9 very diverse presentation, has been very educational to me, and I had the privilege to go through all the papers, abstracts in the last 2 days. So, however, I think we don't have the space and the time to go through each paper respectively. If you want to discuss with me or to any one of us, we can do that outside of the session. Broadly, all this presentation I hope can be divided into 2 broad categories. There are papers that discuss gender issues, challenges, women empowerment, and there were those that discuss the extent and the depth of discrimination against the marginalized communities in business, employment, and other sectors. Coming from an outsider looking into the field, I do not have much, but I want to make 2 common observations, 2 general observations. Not on all the papers, but some of it, so that there can be future improvements and what we can look forward as future research. The first observation that I'd like to make is that all these papers have been very descriptive, quite a lot of use of statistics and stuff, which is okay, but I think we should understand that sometimes using too much, not too much of data, but emphasizing so much on the descriptive data alone can lead us into this trap of always looking for statistically significant results, And when it comes to discrimination, it creates a problem, because you tend to believe that, oh, if it's not statistically significant, then it might not be discriminatory. But I believe that discrimination is an experience that degrades human dignity, exploitative, denies opportunity to freedom and rights. And so sometimes data might not be the only way to capture the extent of discrimination. It might tell you how quantitatively, but I think just restricting the data alone might not be very useful in this way. The other observation is that if the goal of the discipline in the research is, as Dr. Ambedkar said, annihilation of caste and all type of discrimination against the marginalized, I think we should, what the research is missing is having a theoretical framework, an analytical framework, and methodology was not clear. There was no analytical framework, and I believe we always say that markets has not been very good for the marginalized communities. Markets are always discriminatory. Not all state intervention, not all state policies have worked well towards emancipation of these sections of the society. Then, as researchers, we should also try to develop, when we do our papers, analytical frameworks, alternate frameworks. If markets are not working well, what should be done? If what is the role of the state? What should be the type of state? What should be the form of state? So that it can also inform the policy makers and also make the papers much richer. These are only two comments. I hope I'm not making amateurish comments. If there's any thing you did not like it, I hope you'll forgive me.
Thank you, everyone. So now we take the questions. If there are no questions, then we will ask you questions. Did you understand this? Did you understand that? No? No questions still. So nobody is scared of questions, that means. Okay, so with the permission of the conference leader, Sridevi, I will just wrap it up in terms of what I liked, what I learned from these papers. I think the papers are really good because they're so diverse. They are talking about a lot of different things. One is like, a ground level thing, the last one that we were talking about, the Kolipara case study, where multiple reasons are pointed out for what happens to businesses. And actually, if you look at the business literature, there is something called 6 Ps. That is, a business or marketing will depend on 6 Ps. One is that place. Place is a very important aspect of business marketing. So that place itself is denied. So you can understand, how difficult for a person to be successful when one of the most important aspects is completely kind of discriminated against, right? So technology, again, is discriminated against, where the education, skill, power, everything is denied. And then you also have finance. So lack of access to finance, lack of access to, market, these things also kind of matter. So given all these discriminations, I think, which are common to any marginalized section, whether it is caste-based or gender-based, these are the common problems that people face. So given these kind of, like he's talking about frameworks, I think it's a very good suggestion. Let's look at frameworks not within economics. It's not just a regression analysis and qualitative methods, hundreds of them are there, then I think we should use them. Case study method, excellent method. We can use case study method and PRA techniques and all that. So I think what he has suggested is something very seriously to be taken. Only one thing I want to say is, the 7 habits of successful people states that the transition should always be from you are first dependent. then you become independent. But that's not the ultimate thing. I think we all stop there. We want to be independent. No, actually cultivating interdependence, that is the key to success, right? So wherever there is discrimination, let's fight for independence, but again, move towards interdependence. I think these are some thoughts I was kind of having when we were discussing this paper. Thank you very much for this opportunity, Sridevi. So we wrap up this session.
I would like to extend my gratitude to the chair, Dr. Chiranjeevi, and to discussant, Dr. Limaguma Walling, for sharing their insightful experience and enlightening life experience. And I also thank the audience for their patience. Now I would and yes, I thank all the paper presenters for sharing their analysis with all of us. I already thanked the audience.
We request the chair to give a memento to the discussant. And we request discussant to give it to the chair. Thank you. We'll have a short tea break for 10 minutes. Then we'll be assembling here by 4:45 sharp for the valedictory session. Good evening to all. Welcome back to the valedictory session. I request Professor R.S. Deshpande to chair the valedictory address as well as the special address. I welcome Srimati Divya Devarajan, IAS, Chief Executive Officer, Society for Elimination of Rural Poverty, Government of Telangana, to come on to the dais. I welcome Dr. Amit Thorat, Center for the Study of Regional Development, School of Social Sciences, JNU. I request Dr. Motilal to give the formal introduction of the chair and Dr. Nitin to introduce the speakers on the dais.
So I'm honored to introduce the presiding chairperson for this valedictory session, Professor R.S. Deshpande. He is an honorary visiting professor at the Institute for Social and Economic Change, Bengaluru, and a Raju at the Indian Council of Social Science Research, ICSSR, New Delhi. Before that, he served as the director of IJAC, Bengaluru from August 2008 to August 2013. Professor R.S. Deshpande has also served as the director of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar School of Economics. Dr. Deshpande also worked as a reader at the Gokhale Institute of Politics and Economics, Pune. Professor Deshpande was a continuous policy supporting academician to the government of Karnataka, the Ministry of Agriculture, the government of India. His specialization includes agricultural development policy, watershed development, WTO, agriculture and trade, rural policy, poverty, economics of irrigation, economics of caste, policy analysis, and applied econometric analysis. Professor Deshpande is the recipient of the PNSAF Gold Medal for his contribution to agriculture policy. He was among the first two awardees as a fellow of the Indian Society of Agricultural Economics in 2011. Professor R.S. Deshpande authored total 17 books and more than 110 research papers published in national and international journals. Among his books are Agrarian Crisis and Farmer Suicide and Moon in the Mirror, Farmers and MSP in Karnataka. He supervised PhD thesis of 11 students. Professor Deshpande was invited as a visiting professor at the University of Ottawa, Canada, University of Paris. He also worked as a consultant at the World Bank, Asian Development Bank. Professor Deshpande has contributed significantly as a member of the many policy body, which include the advisory body of the Ministry of Commerce, the Government of India, the WTO, SAIL of the Government of Karnataka, and the Committee on Farmer Suicide appointed by the Government of Karnataka. He was the sole architect of the Karnataka agricultural policy in 2006. He is a member of many body of study and governing board of institution and university. And apart from all this, he is also a poet and an artist. So I request Professor Deshpande to preside over this valedictory session. So I now invite Professor Nitin to introduce the speaker of this valedictory session. Thank you.
So today I have to introduce three people, three speakers. But right now we have two speakers, Dr. Amit Thorat and Srimati Divya Devarajan. So first I will introduce Dr. Amit Thorat. Dr. Amit is a faculty at CSRD JNU. Prior to his the fellow at the National Council for Applied Economics Research, New Delhi. He obtained his PhD from CESP, JNU in economics. His research interest includes income, education, health inequalities in general and across social groups. At present, he is working on understanding the continuing practice of untouchability in India and its implications on social behavior, and also he is working on reparation. His earlier work includes examining gains from small and marginal farmers from high value fruits and vegetable production as well as from the cooperative farmings. Srimati Divya Dev Rajan, she is an IAS officer of 2010 batch and is currently serving as a special secretary at Department for Women, Children, Disabled and Senior Citizens, Government of Telangana. And she is also a commissioner for Women Development and Child Welfare Department. She is an alumnus of BITS Pilani University with MSc in Physics and Bachelor's in Engineering. She was chosen the best officer trainee of her batch in 2008 in 82 foundation course for Central Civil Service in Hyderabad. She also won the prestigious Subhas Dua Memorial Gold Medal in 2010 for IS training at Mussoorie. For her services, people of Adilabad district named her a village as Devi Guda in her name. For her contribution in public services, she received Outstanding Women in Public Service category award by INADU Group on International Women's Day in 2020. She also received an award from Chief Electoral Officer Telangana and State Commission for Effective Conduct of Elections in her tenure at Adilabad Collector. She has worked across various districts in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. With this, I will stop. Thank you.
Thank you. It was really a pleasure to be with two excellent persons here. One is an officer who implements the best kind of schemes and who has been an awardee of an administrative task which is very difficult to be awarded, because administrators always take brickbats, but then this kind of flowers given to the administrator, that speaks great of the person's capabilities. Today's speaker, Dr. Amit Thorat, is one of the persons whom I know for many years, and I have picked his qualities when he was too young. He was really a inquisitive person and an out-of-box thinker, a person who really cannot be captured in any kind of general model of academics. He thinks differently. From childhood, the same thing he had in his mind. So I look forward to listen to Dr. Amit Thorat, who is my good friend as well as a person who really brings out very new ideas in front of us. I remember one of his papers, which was on perpetuation of poverty, long back, which really broke the ice in what exactly perpetuates the poverty among scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. The paper was really seminal paper, and on that many people have started working afterwards. So I look forward to Amit Thorat to give us fresh ideas and fresh hypothesis to work further. Amit. floor is yours. You have some presentation? Okay, I'll go and sit there. From here I will not be able to see. Okay, okay.
Thank you, Professor Deshpande, for those over-the-top words of encouragement and appreciation. Thank you. Thank you to Professor Sridevi for inviting me, and Professor Nitin and other organizers to uh, give me a time and space to share some of what I've been working on recently for the last couple of years. So thank you. I have a presentation, so I may skip some slides as Professor William Darity might come. So I'll do my best to finish in time. What I'm going to talk about is about reparations. Many of you might have heard about reparations, but I'm going to talk about reparations in the Indian context, and this will apply to minorities in India. However, I take the case of Dalits, and I have, because each community, minority community, has their own history and peculiarities. So one must really spend some time digging into the past economic, social histories of particular communities. In this presentation, I'm going to only focus on the case for reparations for Dalits. So I'm going to talk about what do I mean by reparations. Is it similar or different from compensation or restitution? What are those things? How do they apply and happen? And what could be the arguments to build up a case for reparations for say Dalits in India, or even the tribals if it applies. So this is going to be my talk. Post-independence, we know that reservations have been extremely critical in providing access to education, access to political power and government occupation. And one can safely say that in the absence of reservation, it seems very difficult to see how these communities could have been accepted willingly, normally, with an open heart into the functioning of the economy. So they have been critical in giving access to the tribals, the Dalits, now the OBCs, now the economically backward sections. However, we know this access is limited to the government sector, which is now used to be 6%. I think it's shrunk to probably 4% now. So it's a very minuscule pie in the job market. And the entire formal and informal private sector does not have any kind of reservation, or there is a claim that there is affirmative action towards diversity, etc., but there is no evidence put out by the private sector to substantiate that claim. In fact, the data we've had in the past decade or so shows that the concentration of the upper caste, high caste in media, in the private sector, etc., is very high. And despite reservations, we know that a lot of the seats go unfulfilled. Maybe students' reservations are fulfilled, and that is a new trend only in the last decade, 2 decades or so, where reservations are being filled for students. But if you look at jobs, you still find in universities, in other places, these seats go vacant. We have none found suitable happening, and so on and so forth. So in a small share of the large market economy of 4%, in that small share, even there, we find reservation is not being fulfilled actively. But this access happens after, has been there for 75 years post-independence. But this does not somehow talk about pre-market exclusion and discrimination. So reservation is announced, and suddenly people are supposed to then start fighting for reservation, being meritorious, have the minimum cutoffs, percentages, etc., without there being any cognition or understanding of the fact that there is, before coming into the market, there is a long history of exclusion and discrimination. And this is what I'm going to talk about. Colonialism also has a role to play in this because uh, uh, it made things worse by exaggerating the social inequities and putting pressure on the economy, etc. So if we were to kind of take a stock that we think of access for minorities through reservation and everything seems accessible to them through reservation for the last 75 years, let's take a look at the dawn of independence. What is their situation? And this is something which is not really thought through and realized or by people, that at the dawn of independence, if you look at Dalits, they are not allowed to own land. They are not allowed to own assets. Wealth accumulation is not allowed. Access to education is denied. And their basic human, civil, and political rights are also staggered, hierarchical, or denied. And this is where they take off from at the cusp of independence, which we tend to forget. Because till then, there is no intervention, involvement, or any kind of state regulation to stop or curtail social hierarchical systems in the economy, in all spheres of life. Alongside, you have untouchability, segregation, and something which we don't think about, know about, talk about as much is caste slavery, which I'll get into in the later part of my presentation. So I'm going to throw some data at you, unfortunately, like all the other speakers have done, to just simply give out the difference between different communities, STSC, OBC, high caste Hindus and Muslims, in access to land, etc. And this you know already. I'm just throwing this at you to show that the gap still exists. Why hasn't the gap diminished? Why isn't the gap reducing over time? Why is this persistent gap there? So if we look at land ownership patterns within social groups, we find that we know nearly 85% of all ownership of land is marginal and small. But again, you see there's a positive and significant difference. 95% of scheduled castes are marginal and small. Next are Muslims, then OBC tribals, and the lowest 80%, not significantly low, but is the share of the upper caste Hindus within marginal and small land holding. But what is more telling is, as you go up the land ownership ladder, you find that the shares rise significantly, and at one level you won't find any people with medium or even large land ownership from tribal or Dalit community. If you look at proportional share of land ownership vis-a-vis population size, here we have household data, share of households by social groups. And you find that in 2013, amongst STs, if they are 11 or 12%, this is a sample survey, so this is not census figures, so the population shares are not exactly a census, a little here and there because of the sample survey. You find that the share of households and the area owned is more or less similar for the tribals, 11.9 and 13.1. SCs, it's nearly half. OBC is the similar, and for others is more than proportionate area of land owned compared to their share in population. Nitin was talking about the debt and investment survey in the morning, the latest round, and there is a lot of work happening and controversy about it. So I'm going to stick to the earlier round, which captures data on land ownership, building, ownership of livestock, farm and non-farm equipment, transport vehicle, financial assets, shares, etc. Now, if you look at the combined value of these assets at household level, the share of the scheduled caste is only 7.6% of the total pie, whereas that of the upper caste is 41%. And the new data would suggest that this has gone down, this difference. However, it does not calculate the top billionaires and millionaires, which are part of the Forbes list, which are not enumerated in these surveys. So if you add those, then I think Nitin would know better if that makes it as bad or worse than earlier. Enrollment rates, similarly, there is a difference over time. These have increased, but between the SCs and the high caste, you can see it's more than double or almost double. And dropout rates are very high amongst the tribals, followed by Muslims and SCs at the same level, and then lowest of the high caste. Okay, I'm going to skip this. Otherwise, poverty levels are higher amongst tribals, at least in the last consumption expenditure survey. The latest survey is out, but which poverty line do we apply? Tendulkar poverty line or Lagdawala poverty line? It's the mixed, modified mixed recall period is all wreaking havoc. So you have 1%, 2%, 3%, and 6% poverty coming out of from the latest consumption expenditure surveys, which is very difficult to digest. But if you look at nutritional poverty, it is high. So again, you will see this difference. So there is a gap which is there, which all speakers in the morning and everyone is persistently talking about. And why does this persist? Why haven't we been able to bridge this gap is the question. And we keep publishing papers around it, and we look at social differences, and we find differences across communities. But the question is, why is it persisting? If you look at, so I had the occasion of being part of a consultation at Harvard, where there were 10 groups of people representing 10 different communities around the world to build a case for reparations. And these are the communities: the African American descendants of slaves, which is the most known case of slavery, the black population of South Africa, I'm sorry, where apartheid was there till recently. You had Caribbean slave trade. Slaves were transported through the Caribbean and also working on plantations in the Caribbean. You have the Roma or the Romani people, as they are called, who left India in the 13th century and have been persecuted severely across Europe. If you read their accounts, you'll be horrified. There were a group representing women who are victims of war and conflict, because during these periods, women disproportionately get the wrong side of atrocities. The Native American and the Canadian indigenous people of North America and North America primarily. Congolese people. Congo was the colony of Belgium, and during King Leopold's rule, there were horrible atrocities done on those peoples. If you saw the accounts, you'll be shocked. And also a case made out in favor of Latin and African countries who suffered from the debt trap of IMF and World Bank. And we were ostensibly supposed to come up with a kind of argument for why reparations are owed to the ex-untouchables and ex-enslaved of India. So this is a group which was talking, which met twice, and we learned a lot from the histories and the arguments of why reparations are due to all these people. And that is where we first started digging into the history of ex-untouchables and ex-enslaved. And we realized and learned that we have missed a whole logic and reason for reparations owed to them. So when we compared all these groups, we realized that there has been no group amongst all these I mentioned who has suffered this long in the history of the world, except for women maybe. Untouchability and caste slavery, 2,500 to 3,000 years, right? No other group. American slavery, 400 years. Rest, everything within 100, 200, 300, 400 years. And this is the longest period a group has continuously suffered in history ever in the world. And that itself was quite a realization. while reservation look at mitigating continuing exclusion and discrimination. So you may have a child of a third generation IS officer applying for a job in a private sector and being rejected because of his caste or gender or even maternity status or whatever, marital status, sorry. So exclusion will take, the reservation policy will take care of that. But what about historic disadvantage? What about historic exclusion and discrimination? There is no policy to mitigate that as yet. So we looked at history. I thought historians had done some great work. They have not left any epoch of the history. We started from the Rig Veda period, later Vedic period, post-Vedic, medieval period, post-medieval, till British period, till 1843 at least, when the first anti-slavery law or act was passed. And I don't want to get into this. Going into this itself is another long lecture. And so the reason why we went into history was to see the origins of the idea of caste, Varna caste, as a theoretical system. How long it continues, how does it emerge, and then finally how does it get implemented as a state policy? At what point of time in history is it implemented by a king, an empire, as a state policy, enforcing caste endogamy, enforcing caste-linked occupation, and all other norms which you find in the Manusmriti, which made it legal and penal. So the Apastamba, Vasishtha, Gautama, and the Bodhayana Dharma Sutras had this theoretically written in it about caste and Varna. Manu takes them, codifies it, makes it legal and penal. And then Kautilya takes it and builds a policy, like a governance manual out of it. And it's in the 12th century where it is actually implemented around about the Gupta Empire as a formal, official policy for governing all segments and sectors of the economy. So that's another presentation. So if you look at the basically what we try to look at here is there any intervention from any sultanate, any dynasty, any form of empire into this structure? That no, this will not happen. Caste is a problem, or Varna Vyavastha is a problem, or how women are treated is a problem. We didn't find any references to any historical work where any empire systematically went against or try to reform the system. So all this institutional mechanism, social institution, customary institution, continues right till the Mughals come. They don't intervene with the caste structure. They get an army of Shudras to work with, just like before them. The British come, they find a very nice structure of exploitation where you have slavery, you have caste slavery, you have untouchability, etc. And they very well use that for their advantage. So nobody's intervening in this entire structure is what I try to look at. If you look at Sanal Mohan's book, Modernity of Slavery, he in fact has an interview with a 80-year-old person who worked as a slave in his youth. And he recounts how he lived as a slave, as an aggressive caste slave. Particular caste, subcaste were designated as slave castes. You have the word Paraya comes from the Paraya caste, the Chemuras, and in the south of India there's a lot of documentation, and they continue to be aggressive slave caste. So you're born as a slave, right? So basically, untouchability and caste enslavement continues uninterrupted once it is formally implemented as a state law through the medieval period, through the Mughal era, through the British era, till we come to 1843, where the British are now trying to say that, okay, let's have a law against slavery, because back in UK, you have the abolitionist movement happening. In 1833, the British Parliament passes a law against slavery. in the British Empire and trade in slave and all that. But they take 10 years extra to pass the same law in India, and I'll come to that in a bit. So you can safely assume till 1843 there is untouchability, near slavery of untouchables and caste slavery happening in India. Now, the British come and pass the 1843 law, but they fail to compensate the ex-enslaved or give any kind of reparations. Here is a table which I have taken from the work of Christina Molfenta. She is at Göttingen, I think. And she's documented all the, she gives here a timeline from 1807 to 2016 of the estimates of slaves that were calculated mostly sparingly in different regions of India. And once the British came in and they did their census and law commissions, etc., they also have estimates for all India. And you can see, I mean, beginning 1807 in Malabar, 96,000 slaves. They are defined as slaves. There is no ambiguity about that term. So please, please mind that. Please look at that. Till about 1918, the terminology uses slaves for these people. British India, 1841. This is the estimate of Adams. 1 crore 50 lakh slaves. You come down, British India again, 54 lakh slaves. Then if you come to 1947 and after that, you have 1981 figures of 2,61,000 bonded labor. So terminology changes because you can't call them slaves anymore after the 1843 Act. So these are the estimates, and these are obviously small surveys. This is not a census, so the actual numbers would be much more inflated. But this gives you an idea of what was happening till independence. You have ILO figures of 2012, Asia Pacific region, 1 crore 17 lakh forced laborers. So you can't call them slaves anymore, but these are the human trafficked people and bonded laborers. So, but we don't realize this. We don't have a cognition on this. We don't have this at the back of the mind that till independence, even if we were not calling them slaves, so because the British kind of freed them on paper, but did not give them any reparations of the kind, say, Lincoln announced for when he gave freedom to the African-American slave, that every African-American family of 4 or 5 would get 40 acres and a mule. Of course, they gave and they took it back also. So very few African-American slaves, freed slave families got that, that 40 acres and a mule. In fact, 45,000 white families were given more than 100 to 100 acres of land, which was stolen from the native tribes, whose descendants now make 1/4 of America's population. So there is actual, stealing of land from the natives and giving it, passing on it to the whites. And when Lincoln made the promise to give land to the freed slave families, it was given, but it was taken away from most of them. Now, when slavery is abolished in India, you're kind of so-called free, but you have nowhere to go. You are compensated, you're not given anything. So how do you, and for centuries you're dependent on your livelihood and everything on your masters, your slave owners. You continue to work with them as debt laborers, as bonded labor, as indentured laborers, whatever you want to call them. So the terminology changes, but you continue to work with your slave masters. Okay, so then what is reparation? What am I talking about? And is it like compensation? Is it like restitution? Are these similar? Are these different? So let me start with compensation, and then we'll go to reparations. Well, it sounds similar to both restitution and reparation in meaning it merely means covering up losses or harm or any damage which may be caused either by a wrongdoing or not. So suppose there is a flood and the climate change, you're seeing visuals all over, there's fires in LA and everything, and the government decides to compensate you and rebuild your house. That. Or if there is a wrongdoing, there is a accident on the road and there is it's someone's fault, and he ends up killing people, and it's a wrongdoing if not intentional, even then compensation is given. So there is no, it's not necessary that there is a wrongdoing involved, and the aggrieved party who has had a loss is compensated in some form or the other. Restitution literally simply means restoration of something lost or stolen to its rightful owner. That's the dictionary meaning. It is conditional on separation of something from its rightful owner. So, yeah. Hi. So, so as I was saying, it is conditional on separation of something from its rightful owner. However, it does not take for granted always that a wrongdoing has occurred in that act of separation. So, for instance, a person A steals a person B's cycle or bike, and then simply returns it back without any explanation or expression of remorse or apology. One can say that restitution has happened, but the reparation has not. Something has been restored, but the trauma, the hurts, the anguish that has been caused to the person who lost that item, that has not been, compensated for. Reparation can happen only after any loss or damage has occurred from a wrongdoing. So there is a supposition of a wrongdoing which occurs earlier. Reparation is a right or a cluster of rights, while restitution is not always a right. For example, in the earlier example, as we saw, if A returned B's bike and also apologizes for the wrongdoing, then one can say that reparation has happened, as B now feels that not only the bike has been returned, restituted, but the apology also satisfies her for her emotional distress, and she now feels satisfied. So it can include return and restitution. But for example, the person loses the bike or destroys the bike who has stolen it, and then just apologizes that I'm really sorry I stole your bike, and the person whose bike is lost feels it's fine, it's okay. I mean, it's not a big loss. I don't feel traumatized by it. We can even then say that reparation has happened. So restitution, therefore, is not a necessary condition for reparation. Now, where does I'm going to go slightly into the idea of where the idea of reparation comes in, and here we find then that John Locke is the first person in the 17th century who talks about reparations. It's not a new idea. It's philosophically been thought of and really put down very neatly in his book, and there are various interpretations of that. And many of his propositions have then later formed the basis on which further ideas of black reparations have been formulated. So Locke believed that people have natural rights, that they derive directly from natural law. These rights are equal for all people, and that people were naturally disposed to live in peace and harmony. Now, this is, you can contest this. A Hobbesian state would say that people are always at war, they're competing, and there's conflict, etc., etc. But Locke had some other ideas, and I would like to believe him. To discourage the defiance of these natural laws, rights of people, he proposed punishment. And he says, and I quote, the punishment must be administered with such severity as will suffice to make it an ill bargain to the offender, give him cause to repent, and terrify others from doing the like. So his suggestion is that to maintain this law, this order, if people break this, they are getting into wrongdoing, then people must be punished, and so severely that others are discouraged from repeating those actions. And to restore the harm that the crime commonly causes some people or other. And I'll come back to what I mean by some people or other. Locke proposed reparations. He states reparations must give the satisfaction due to any private man or woman for the damage she has received. For him, the right to reparations emerges from the right to self-preservation. So it's linked that every human being has a right to live a life of dignity, equality, etc. It's a right to self-preservation. And if that right is violated, then reparations are due. And these would be demanded only against the goods and services of the offender. The person who offends, destroys or negates the rights of people, that is the person who's supposed to pay the reparation. So the reparations are due only from the wrongdoer, according to Locke. This, however, does not imply that the recipient of those reparations is the immediate victim of the wrongdoer. He was of the opinion that a crime usually harms some people or others. So suppose someone is persecuted or hanged or killed by a mob. So the person who's the victim is no more there. So who does the reparation go to? The reparation belongs to the family, the community as well, who have also lost their near and dear ones. So the harm which a crime commonly causes some people or other is how this is interpreted. For example, a girl, her parents are murdered. She has a claim to reparations for the harm and the ensuing hardship of life that this act causes her. Even when a harm does not lead to material loss for the victim, it causes damages to the victim's self-respect and moral standing, and she deserves on part of the wrongdoer an admission of the harm done. So you have to admit, yes, I was wrong, I did something wrong, an apology for the wrongdoing. And if all this requires the wrongdoer to be punished, then repentance and reparations for the victims may also include punishment. So it's just an apology and acceptance of historic wrongdoing is not enough. If that crime has led to severe losses, then punishment is also can be included in the reparation process. He, however, makes a distinction between the right to reparations and the right to punish. So who gets the right to punish? This right he gives to the state. That if people start taking matters in their own hand, then you will have chaos. So the right to punish is with the state. The right to get reparations is from the wrongdoer. Even when the wrongdoer does not gain materially from the act of or harm, reparations are due to the victim for her mental, personal, and psychological satisfaction. Okay. I have just a few slides. I have some slides, but now based on this basic idea of Locke in the 17th century, there are other arguments which have been formulated, especially in the context of the reparations for the descendants of slavery in the US, and I'll just talk about them briefly. So first is the harm argument. The harm argument relies on the idea that the transgressions of, say, slavery or caste untouchability or caste enslavement initiated an unbroken chain of harm linked as cause and effect that began with the slaves or the untouchables or the caste enslaved, and these effects continue among their descendants today. So if 3 generations, 5 generations, 7 generations ago, your descendants were slaves or were treated unfairly as untouchables, it doesn't mean that it ends with that. There's a cause and effect link, and that advantage or disadvantage is passed down generations, which we inherit as people. And this we tend to forget. We tend to forget that untouchability is now banned on a piece of paper and so on and so forth, and everything has stopped, and there are no consequences of history on the present. And I think that's a very myopic and a very convenient way of thinking. Uh, Therefore, since the transgressions of slavery or caste untouchability or enslavement harm present day descendants, they have right to reparations against those who committed these transgressions. So the descendants today have the right for reparations against those or the descendants whose ancestors committed those crimes. And there's a lot of work done by Boxill, who's at, I think, Oxford, who writes a lot on reparations and deals with the idea philosophically, etc. You can look at his work; it's quite excellent. This argument is made to justify reparations for the present-day descendants of slavery or caste slavery, etc., and in equal measure to any other present-day group. So this does not just apply to untouchability. This applies to women. This applies to the Roma people. This applies to the Native American and the indigenous tribes of North America. This applies to any group who has historically been persecuted. Okay. The second is the inheritance argument for reparations. The inheritance argument for, say, Dalit reparations states that the freed people had the right to reparations for their injuries, that they held these rights against the slave owners and also against the state and federal governments for failing in their duties to protect them from the slave owners, that these rights were never honored, and finally, that they pass on the rights of inheritance to the present day descendants, Dalits, or the black people of US, who are their descendants. So when slavery is abolished, either in the US or in Europe or in India much later, the enslaved have a right to compensation, which was never given to them. If you say it is a crime, where is the punishment for the crime? Where is the compensation for the crime? You just make it illegal. That doesn't serve the purpose. If you have a crime today, you'll punish the person. If that person kills someone, you'll compensate that family. But why didn't that happen at that time? So that was owed to the freed people. And if it was not given to them, it is owed to their descendants. And that is the inheritance argument, that the descendants inherit the right to reparations. So the British, who brought in the anti-slavery law in 1843, 10 years after they brought that law in UK, because India was the largest colony, the jewel in the crown, they wanted to milk it for its resources. So they extended the date of enacting the anti-slavery law as much as they could. The governor of India at that time wrote a letter back to the Queen stating, no, this slavery in India is not the slavery like the transatlantic slave trade. It's very benign, and there's a very symbiotic relationship between the owner of the slave and the slave itself. They help each other out, etc. And he wrote this very soppy letter to and they said, yeah, okay, fine, let's not abolish it as yet. But then when pressure mounted, and then finally the British Crown decided that it will abolish slavery all across its colonies, and finally in 1843 they passed that law. And they do not define what a slave is in the law. Can you imagine? So they under the IPC, they will say you cannot abduct a person, you cannot traffic a person, you cannot sell a person in an auction, and you cannot force them to do labor. But that is slavery. But they do not define what a slave is. So that they leave it ambiguous for local magistrates and lawyers. If a case comes of this kind, God forbid, for them to educate on it accordingly. So it took many years slowly for judges to interpret this law against slavery and reduce the burden of, and reduce the number of slaves, etc. So, and one argument is that the British government owns reparations to the slave communities for this 10 years delay, simply put. And not just what Shashi Tharoor says that, oh, they own reparations to India for colonialism, and etc., etc. Okay. Because this, I'll stop here. Because it's about land in the title, I thought I will talk about this. So, if you look at the constitutional debates, you find that there's a mention by one Mr. S. Nagappa. He's the only person who actually is recorded in the Constituent Assembly debates. If you go online and look at the archival material, you'll find that he says that Harijans should be given 10 acres of irrigated land or 20 acres of unirrigated land. And in response to that, one Sir Mohanlal Gautam of the United Provinces General says, every Brahmin is prepared to become a Harijan if you give him 10 acres of wetland and 20 acres of dry land. And then S. Nagappa responds saying, even if the Brahmin is granted land, blah, 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 to my Brahmin friends I say, what is the good of you asking for land? Land should be given to the tiller of the soil. He must be the owner of the soil. If you're prepared to take the Harijan community, you must be prepared to sweep and scavenge. You do not want to do that and feel some dignity. You say, I'm a Hindu and I cannot scavenge and sweep. And this goes on and on. He again says, no, I'll become a Harijan, give me some land, etc. And then again, Nagappa. So this is the only instance in the constitution debates where there is a kind of a hint of compensation being talked about for the Harijans and Dalits, etc. And I think Ambedkar was quite confident that a land reform policy would work, and he thought the land will go to the tiller. So maybe, or he had to decide between many different ideas what to put forth and what to fight for. He could not probably, he had to hold back certain ideas and push forth certain other ideas. We don't really know. And this is the only instance when an idea of compensation, reparation is being mentioned during the debates. So if we roughly have about 10% of scheduled caste as landless, this comes to a population of about, I think, 18 million plus people. If average size of a family is 4.8, then this comes to about 37, I think, 37 lakh family units. And if we take S. Nagappa's demand of and slightly raise it, giving time and inflation a little bit of space, and say 20 acres of irrigated or 40 acres of dry land as compensation for a family of 5 to round off the figure, this comes to a total of about 7 crore 57 lakh 18,264 acres of irrigated and similarly 15 crore acres of dry land. Now, where do we get this land from? And I think this land is available. There are cultivable land which are fallow. There is state-owned land. Then you have a lot of people who have land in excess of 50 acres and 100 acres, which was the whole idea of a land reform policy. So, I mean, just implement that. And I'm sure I haven't done the numbers as yet, but I'm sure I'll find that this amount of land is available and can be redistributed. And for people who live in urban areas who do not want land, they could be compensated in money equivalents for the same amount of land. So I'll stop here. Thank you for your patience and attention. And if you have any questions, please let me know after Professor Darity finishes. Thank you.
So, good morning, Professor William Darity. I welcome you to this valedictory session. I am introducing you. So, yeah. So, Professor William Darity, is the Samuel Dubious Cook Professor of Public Policy, African and African American Studies, and the director of the Samuel Dubious Cook. He is the director of Samuel Dubious Cook Center on Social Equity at Duke University. He has served as chair of the Department of African and African American Studies and was the founding director of the Research Network on Racial and Ethnic Inequity at Duke. Professor Darity's research focuses on inequality by race, class, ethnicity, stratification economics, schooling and the racial achievement gap, North-South theories of trade and development, skin shade and labor market outcomes, the economics of reparations, the Atlantic slave trade and industrial revolution, the history of economics and the social psychology effect of exposure to unemployment. His most recent book with A. Kristen Mullen is From Here to Equality, Reparation for Black Americans in the 21st Century. It was published in 2020. Previous books include For-Profit Universities, The Shifting Landscape of Marketized Education, which was published in 2010. There are many other books also are there, but he has published more than 300 studies in professional outlets. Darity lives with his family in Durban, New York, where he plays blue harmonica, occasionally coaches youth sports, and specifically enjoys reading science fictions and speculative fictions. So I will, sir, please.
Good morning, Professor Darity. It is a pleasure to see you, at least on screen. I have seen you earlier, met you. I'm Deshpande from Bangalore. It's pleasure. We are looking forward to listen to you because it's something which is going to be completely new, and you would dig out the mine of knowledge which you have kept behind you. I appreciate that you will give us some more hypotheses, some more new ideas, and we look forward for listening to you. Please go ahead. Thank you. It is pleasure to see you.
Thank you very much. Thank you especially for the kind introduction. Thank you also to Dr. Bimali Sridhari for the invitation to have the opportunity to contribute to this vital conference. I'd also like to say thank you to my dear friend, Dr. Amit Dorat, for his presentation, and I believe my remarks will complement his nicely, although we have not actually consulted about our respective talks. I'd also like to recognize Dr. Nitin Tagadi, Dr. Mutlu Bishal, and Professor Deshpande. So let me proceed with my remarks today about the relationship between land and reparations. I'd like to begin with a definition of reparations that probably is somewhat distinct from the one that was advanced by John Locke. This is the definition of reparations that Kirsten Mullen and I put forth in our book, From Here to Equality. reparations for Black Americans in the 21st century. We define reparations as a program of acknowledgement, redress, and closure for a grievous injustice. Acknowledgement constitutes admission by the culpable party of responsibility for the injustice. And an additional step, which is at least as important, a declaration of a commitment to make amends for the harms. Redress constitutes the steps taken toward restitution for the grievous injustice. And by restitution here, we mean compensatory actions for the grievous injustice. The final component of our definition of reparations is closure, which constitutes a mutual agreement between the culpable party and the aggrieved party that sufficient restitution has been made. Subsequently, the victimized community will make no further claims on the culpable party for the particular injustice unless there is a renewal of the harms or the execution of a new set of harms. In recent years, the customary form of redress has been monetary payments made by the culpable party to the aggrieved party. The examples are extensive, going well beyond court cases in which people have brought suits for compensatory action. There's the long history of defeated nations being compelled to pay reparations to the victors. Perhaps the most notable modern example is the Allies imposing payments on Germany in the aftermath of World War I, which led no less an observer than John Maynard Keynes to predict that this would lead to instability in Central Europe that would in turn lead to renewed conflict. So some people have argued that Keynes virtually predicted World War II. But there are also payments that have been made for atrocities inflicted on specific ethnic or racial groups that would meet the United Nations Human Rights Commission standard for genocide. The United Nations Human Rights Commission standard for genocide is defined as following in Article 2 of the Convention. First, genocide means any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group. And those acts include killing members of the group, causing serious physical or mental harm to members of the group, intentionally subjecting the group to living conditions intended to cause its physical destruction in whole or in part, imposing measures aimed at preventing the birth of children within the group, and finally, forcibly transferring children from the group to another group. Now, instances in which these acts that could be identified as forms of genocide have received compensation are also quite extensive. I would include here the German government's payments to individual victims of the Holocaust and to the State of Israel after World War II, payments that continue to the present day. I would also include the United States government's payments to Japanese Americans who were subjected to mass incarceration in the United States during World War II. The U.S. government has also made payments to the victims of nuclear testing in the Marshall Islands, as well as payments to families who lost loved ones during the September 11th, 2001 attacks. And it's an interesting point here is that the U.S. government was not the direct perpetrator of the harms or damages, but a decision was made to provide compensation. The U.S. government also is making payments to the persons held hostage in Iran at the end of the Carter administration, circa 1979. Again, the U.S. government was not the direct perpetrator of the harm. This is a particularly intriguing case because each individual hostage was held for approximately 440 days. They are being paid $10,000 per day of captivity, so a total of $4.4 million per person. The British government has made payments to the survivors of Britain's brutal reprisals against the Mau Mau independence movement. And the Chilean government has made payments to families of the disappeared during the Pinochet regime and thereafter. Similarly, payments have been made by the Filipino government to the families of the disappeared under the Marcos regime and thereafter. Algeria has made payments of 310 British pounds equivalent 310 million equivalent in British pounds to 50,000 Harkis, Algerian Muslims who fought with France during the 1962 Algerian War for Independence. The Canadian government has paid $2.8 billion in Canadian dollars to Indigenous students forced to attend government-operated boarding schools. And Colombia has made a commitment in 2023 to pay compensation to the victims of exterminative violence against the members of the Patriotic Unity Party in the 1980s. Now, these reparations paid to survivors of the German Holocaust, in some instances, human rights abuses in Kenya, the Philippines, or Chile, went to survivors relatively soon after the historical injustices had occurred. And this temporal proximity between harm and attempted redress may make a reparations process appear more feasible. But it should be borne in mind, however, that injustices that Native Americans and Black Americans have suffered, or that Dalits and tribals have suffered in the Indian context, stretch hundreds of years into the past. So if we're thinking about the case of Native Americans and Black Americans, the land question comes directly into play. In making the case for reparative justice, Native Americans have invoked the desire for greater sovereignty and restoration of the lands taken from them in the course of the nation's colonial settler project. The complexity here is if full reparations were provided to Indigenous Americans, inclusive of land restoration, in principle, the entire landmass of the United States would need to be returned to them. However, given that that is unlikely to be something that is feasible, it is feasible to establish a scheme of monetary payments to Native Americans that could, at least in part, replicate the value of the land taken from their ancestors and from them. The land question comes into play in a different way for Black Americans. Land reform was the anticipated type of reparations for persons emancipated from slavery at the end of the Civil War. Land distribution was the presumed central type of restitution for their years of bondage. The accompanying story of what actually took place is both interesting and disturbing. At the end of his march through Georgia to the sea, actually to the Atlantic Ocean, Union General William T. Sherman and President Lincoln's proxy, Secretary of War Edwin Stanton, met with 20 representatives, primarily ministers, of the local Black community on January 10, 1865. The group of 20 representatives selected the Reverend Garrison Fraser as their spokesperson. When asked what the formerly enslaved would need in the way of support in the aftermath of a then expected Union victory, Reverend Fraser responded, "The way we can best take care of ourselves is to have land and turn it and till it by our own labor. That is, by the labor of the women and children and old men, and we can soon maintain ourselves and have something to spare." In addition, Fraser said that the younger men could serve the Union Army for some period of time, and that's why it would be the women and children and old men who would be engaged in the agricultural production. When asked whether they preferred to live among whites or solely among other Blacks, Fraser indicated he could not speak for the other members of his group, but only for himself He then said personally he preferred to live solely among other blacks, for there is a prejudice against us in the South that will take years to get over. All of the other black representatives, when questioned separately, agreed with Reverend Fraser, except one of the other 19 persons. Less than a week later, General Sherman issued Special Field Orders number 15, which assigned land to the freedmen in 40-acre plots. The land designated for distribution to the formerly enslaved was specified as follows in the orders. And this is the geographic description of the location of the land that has been, that was designated for the freedmen. The Special Field Orders number 15 says the following. The islands from Charleston south, the abandoned rice fields along the rivers for 30 miles back from the sea, and the country bordering the St. Johns River, Florida, are reserved and set apart for the settlement of the Negroes now made free by the acts of war and the proclamation of the President of the United States. However, a major error has been propagated continuously about the size of this area. Consistently, it is reported that the territory specified in Special Field Orders number 15 constituted 400,000 acres, which were ultimately settled by 40,000 persons who had formerly been enslaved. Examples of this mistaken calculation of the total area include the following. The New Georgia Encyclopedia reports that the order distributed the roughly 400,000 acres of land to newly freed black families in 40-acre segments. In her excellent new book, Justine Hill Edwards, the book that's called The Rise and Fall of the Freedmen's Bank Savings and Trust, also makes the same mistake. It says Special Field Order number 15 designated 400,000 acres of prime coastal land between South Carolina and Florida for freed people. And then what's another excellent source of information, the online journal, The Black Past, reports on January 16th, 1865, Union General William T. Sherman issued Special Field Order number 15, which confiscated as federal property a strip of coastal land extending about 30 miles inland from the Atlantic and stretching from Charleston, South Carolina, 245 miles south to Jacksonville, Florida. The order gave most of the roughly 400,000 acres to newly emancipated slaves in 40-acre sections. Now, the data on the size of the territory reported in the Black Past article is dramatically inconsistent with the 400,000 acres figure. 245 miles multiplied times 30 miles constitutes 7,350 square miles. There are 640 acres in a square mile. So 7,350 times 640 gives you a figure of 4.7 million acres, substantially larger than 400,000 acres. I'm not entirely sure how this mistake came about or why it is propagated so consistently. There may be a confusion between the territory that was designated in Special Field Orders number 15 and the amount of land actually allocated to the formerly enslaved before President Andrew Johnson, Lincoln's successor after Lincoln's assassination, before President Andrew Johnson terminated the program and ordered the land restored to the Confederates, the actual traitors to the Republic. 40,000 freedmen did manage to settle temporarily on 400,000 acres, but 400,000 acres specified in Sherman's, the 400,000 acres were not what was specified in Sherman's special field order. In fact, the initial territory designated was interpreted legitimately as a promissory note for a larger allocation beyond the 4.7 million acres that would provide land for all of the 4 million persons newly emancipated from slavery. Ultimately, they all received virtually nothing. It would have also been essential for the Union Army to have remained in the South and or the freedmen armed to protect themselves, given the type of prejudice that Reverend Fraser described that was going to be directed toward them by the whites, violent prejudice. And so not only would the land have to have been distributed in substantially larger amounts than 400,000 acres, but there would have had to have been a system of security that was established to enable the freedmen to protect their property and their lives. So the freedmen get nothing, but in contrast, the enactment of the Homestead Act of 1862 in the midst of the Civil War led ultimately to the distribution of 160 acres land grants to 1.5 million white families in the United States as the nation completed its colonial settler project. 1.5 million white families would constitute about 10% of the United States' white population in the early 20th century. It is now estimated that 45 million living white Americans are beneficiaries of this land distribution scheme that was conducted by the federal government. And I note that this was an act that completed the colonial settler project because this land was territory that was distributed to these white families that had previously been occupied by the indigenous communities in the United States. So I would argue that the Homestead Act of 1862 and the failure to provide the formerly enslaved with any land at all, the foundational national policies that contributed to the contemporary racial wealth gap between blacks and whites in the United States. And today, the magnitude of that difference is $1.15 million per household. So a fundamental act of discrimination with respect to asset building policies by the United States government is the act that leads to the origins of the contemporary racial wealth gap. The denial of reparations in the form of the 40-acre land grants can be interpreted as a profoundly discriminatory act. Parallels with land reform as reparations for the Dalits in India, both in terms of conceptualization and the failure to actualize it, exist. Unfortunately, virtually all of the emphasis in India has been on the reservation system as a compensatory measure on behalf of the Dalits. This is problematic. From my perspective, affirmative action is not reparations. It is an anti-discrimination measure, but it does not compensate those eligible for affirmative action for the harms they've experienced by a history of exclusion. Now, affirmative action in India has aimed at correcting historical injustices due to the caste system's oppression and to the exclusion of the lower caste from a variety of occupations. Now, the caste system was hereditary, and of course, it was associated with an occupation-specific division of labor. But the origins of affirmative action in India can be traced back to the British colonial period, the period in which several of the princely states, particularly in southern India, introduced the equivalent of what we see as a contemporary reservation scheme. And these reservation schemes take the form primarily, as you know, of quotas in the Indian context, originally for SCs and STs, focused primarily on education, public sector employment, and elected government positions. They were understood as a form of compensatory discrimination, but they are not compensatory acts so much as they are acts that eliminate or reverse conditions of discrimination. They do not provide any type of compensation for the entire or full history of discrimination that preceded the introduction of these kinds of measures. In a paper that was recently published in the Oxford Review of Economic Policy, Ashwini Deshpande, who I believe spoke to you yesterday, and Rajesh Ramakandran draw from their body of work on the topic of affirmative action to summarize the history, the mechanics, and the evidence on affirmative action policies in India. Much of the evidence points to positive impacts on educational attainment, public sector jobs, and public sector job effectiveness, and political legislative representation and acceptance. Deshpande and Ramakandran also present the most up-to-date evidence on outcomes. Using nationally representative data, they focus on three outcomes: educational attainment, occupational distribution, and proxies for wealth. They find that despite significant progress in the areas of educational attainment and occupational distribution, there still are significant gaps with respect to education, but most significantly with respect to wealth. Wealth. This returns us to the relationship between wealth and land. And I have to note that there is a widespread confusion between the concepts of wealth and income. The terms frequently are used interchangeably in much of the research on India. So one has to be very careful in reading various studies. One of the studies that's representative of this confusion is a recent paper by Subham Roy and colleagues published in Applied Geography in 2024, where the title of the article refers to wealth inequality in India, but the text only uses data on income. So we have to think very carefully about this distinction, because wealth, which constitutes the difference between what an individual or a family owns and what they owe, or the net value of their property, requires us to pay close attention to their asset position. And the asset position in India that does have a significant role, it involves the possession of land. So one of the most interesting studies on this case is a study that correlates landlessness and low wealth by caste in Uttar Pradesh that was recently published in the Journal of International Development, where the lead author was Shavi Tiwari. But it's critical to recognize that land is not the only asset determining an individual or household's level of wealth. And if a reparations plan is predicated on closing the gap between the dominant community and the marginalized community with respect to wealth, all facets of net worth need to be taken into account. I've argued that the racially one-sided distribution policy in the aftermath of slavery in the United States was the foundational moment for the contemporary black-white wealth gap. In parallel, the failure to undertake a land reform on behalf of the Dalits in the post-independence period in India has contributed to continued dense intercaste economic inequality. When India was the first country in modern times to adopt, while India was the first country in modern times to adopt affirmative action, or what you commonly refer to as the reservation system, mistakenly has been construed in some circles as reparations. Amit Torat's new article, also in the Oxford Review of Economic Policy, includes an extended discussion of the record of the demand for a land reform on behalf of the Dalits. This was a proposal central to Dr. Ambedkar's plan for redress for the Dalit community. The details of the actual proposals for land reform fall short of true reparations for Amit Torat because they promised titles of land to the Sudras and Dalits, to the land that the Sudras and the Dalits had worked on, but it did not compensate them for the historic appropriation of their surplus labor. In the 1940s, one Dalit advocate, a Dalit advocate who was mentioned in his comments just before mine by Dr. Torat, Sardar Nagapa, urged a more dramatic policy. The distribution of 10 acres of wetland and 20 acres of dry land to each Dalit household as an authentic reparations measure. Nagapa even declared that land redistribution on this scale was so vital in changing the landscape of caste-based opportunity that he would take the program of land redistribution over the adoption of affirmative action on a national scale. Nevertheless, no land reform of any significance was enacted while the reservation system was written into the 1950 Indian Constitution. The discriminatory practice of deprivation of land for those people whose labor was exploited on the land has led to current disparities in wealth by race in the United States and by caste in India. They point directly to the case for reparations in both countries. The wealth gap between blacks and whites and the wealth gap between Dalits and higher caste Hindus could set the benchmark for determining the magnitude of reparations. Monetary reparations in India have been conducted on an experimental basis. There is a program in Telangana, India, that gave 1 million rupees to Dalit households, or the equivalent of 12,000 US dollars. That appears to have had extremely positive effects on the well-being of those families, despite backlash from higher castes. And interestingly enough, the existence of backlash against the program and against the Dalit recipients of those funds reinforces the importance of security, maintaining security for the group receiving reparations. The same issue was pertinent to the proposed distribution of 40 acres to the freedmen after the Civil War. And I think that the same issue will be pertinent to a circumstance in which we are living in the aftermath of an actual execution of a reparations program in the United States, when and if that ever occurs. An interesting side note, we could use a rough rule of thumb to determine what the magnitude is of monetary payments that's based upon the wealth gap. So if we were to look at the data on Indian national wealth, let's use an estimate of the total national wealth of $16 trillion. 8% of that is held by the Dalit population, or $1.28 trillion. Dalits, however, are 17% of the national population. And that means that 17% of the population holds only 8% of the wealth. If we were to look at the data for the tribal community, they're about 8% of the population, but have about 3% of the nation's wealth. If the share of wealth was equivalent to their share of the population, Dalits should have at least 17% of the total wealth, or $2.72 trillion instead of $1.28 trillion. So there's a $1.44 trillion shortfall. If we estimate that there's about 238 million Dalits in India, $1.44 trillion divided by 238 million persons gives you a figure of $6,050 per person, or roughly the equivalent of 5.2 lakh in rupees. We could conduct a similar exercise in the United States. The United States has a total wealth of approximately $200 trillion. Black Americans whose ancestors were enslaved in the United States have approximately a share of 2% of the total wealth in the United States, or $4 trillion. The Black American population share, however, is about 12%. And I'm talking about Black Americans whose ancestors were enslaved in the United States, not Blacks in the United States whose families are of more recent immigration. So if we were to say that the Black American share in national wealth should be equivalent to the Black American population share, we're talking about $24 trillion, which should be due to Black Americans. And this would mean in turn that about $600,000 would be due to each individual Black American. Now, there's an alternative approach, one that I haven't been able to actually calculate for India, which is to, instead of looking at the share of population versus the share of wealth held, look at the gap in wealth between the dominant social group and the group that has been subjected to marginalization. So the gap in wealth between the average Dalit household and the average high caste household would form the basis for the estimate of the amount of reparations that would be due. Now, I anticipate that this would yield a higher measure for India, closer to the figure of 1 million rupees that is being paid out in the Telangana experiment. The gap in wealth between average Black household and average white household wealth in the United States, on the other hand, actually lowers the per person payout to about $400,000. Now, apart from the question of the political feasibility of a reparations project, I think it's vital that we have in place a scheme of action, set of steps that can actually be taken when we reach the point or the moment in which the political opportunity exists to actually implement a true reparations program, whether it is in the United States on behalf of Black American descendants of U.S. slavery, or whether it is in India on behalf of the Dalit community.
Thank you, Professor Derity. It was really clear. So many things. Really, this has opened a very new area for many of our youngsters. Early welcome. Then before that, I would request Professor Thorat, who is present here, to speak, add to what you have said. May I request now Professor Thorat to say what he would like to comment on.
Hi, Sandy. How are you? This is just to say good morning to you.
I'm wonderful to see you. How are you?
I'm okay. I'm okay, and I'm very happy to see you. Good health. On behalf of Sri Devi and other, thank you. Giving a very elaborative discussion on the reparation policy along with Amit Thorat. I just want to have 2-3 points you can comment on that. I was really surprised that Reverend Fraser was one of those who said that the land cultivation for the black should be separate. sort of a separate settlement. Am I correct in understanding? I think Dr. Ambedkar precisely in the 30s and the 40s, he asked for the distribution of cultivable wasteland to the Dalit in a separate location, a separate settlement. And one of the arguments that he gives was that dependence on high caste is the reason for atrocities. As long as they are dependent economically on high caste, atrocities will continue. So he said that he used a very strong word by settling them in a separate and giving them the land. You really economically cut off them from high caste. So I am really, although I think 8 people did not support Advocate Reverend Fraser, but I think the Fraser's Ambedkar's views are similar. One more point is that the reparation issue, and you have really mentioned about the wealth. If we take if we exclude the Dalit who own the wealth, a substantial wealth, it's a very small section of Dalit who own the wealth, land and businesses. If we exclude them, we have a capital asset, fixed capital asset, then I think the share of the poor will again increase. That will help them. Just like to have your comment on that. One more point and I'll then stop is, I have been making this point with you and you tend to agree that after having given land and after having given business, in India, Dalit particularly, and also the case with the black, they continue to face discrimination in the market and outside market. In the land market, they don't get the land if they want to buy. They don't get the input that they want to use on the farm. There was a nice presentation by a scholar here, how they face discrimination in acquiring the input. Similarly, in employment in the private sector, there is a discrimination in wage and employment, and also in businesses. So, in addition to the reparation policy, why we give them the fixed capital asset, the policy of reservation as a safeguard against discrimination in the market and non-market institution will have to be combined. So, these two policies will go hand in hand. They are not substitute in my view. I would just like to have your general comment on this.
With respect to your first comment, I'm actually very, very intrigued and want to learn more about Ambedkar's position on separate settlement, because that's entirely consistent with what was being proposed by the black representatives in Savannah, Georgia, and for reasons of security of lives and property. And if you look at Special Field Orders number 15, the tract of land that was being designated for the formerly enslaved would have created essentially what we might refer to as a black belt along the Atlantic coast, stretching from the Sea Islands of South Carolina to northern Florida, bordered by the St. Johns River. So it would have been an insular community that would have had an opportunity to build its own economic destiny. Secondly, your point about exclusion of the wealthiest Dalits from the calculation of the magnitude of the wealth gap, I think that that's a decision or a judgment that must be made by those of you in India who are trying to design the reparations policy there. The two approaches that I mentioned don't exclude anyone from either the Dalit community or the upper caste community. But there is, of course, an interesting question as to whether or not the wealth position of the Shudras should be considered or excluded and the focus only be made on the disparity between highest caste Hindus and the Dalit community. And I don't know the answers to those, but I think that those are judgments that would have to be determined by the folks who are designing an actual reparations plan in India. And then the third point is the persistence of discrimination after the implementation of an affirmative action, after the implementation of a reparations program. And would an affirmative action program still be needed? And my answer is yes. Although in the US context, we no longer have affirmative action and we have no reparations. We have neither. But yes, anti-discrimination measures would still need to be in place. But one of the potential factors that could emerge from the implementation of a reparations program is that the marginalized communities might finally have an opportunity to mobilize sufficient resources to work around the effects of discrimination. And I think that that's also related to this idea of locational separation or geographic separation, so that you do have a realistic opportunity to build an internal set of institutions within the community that would provide you with the type of well-being that we're seeking.
Thank you, Professor Darity. I think today evening we had a real great feast of learning. In fact, there are so many things that we learned from both of you, Amit, Thorat, and yourself. This has opened up quite a bit of a good area for our work and thinking. Now, may I request those who have questions? Amit has the first question. And if there are questions to either Professor Darity or Amit, please go ahead. Can you circulate the mic?
Hello, Professor Darity. Amit here.
Amit.
It's always a pleasure to listen to you, and there's always something new to learn. So thank you again for a very, very thought-provoking lecture. Following on what you said at the end, and which you were responding to Professor Thorat's question about reparations, and then probably that allowing, in a sense, to do away with the reservation policy or the affirmative policy if the resources are enough. I would like to understand from you, even in the absence of reparation, the role of the so-called, and this I have had the pleasure of hearing African American economists in India talk about the black economy. And what do you think, with reparations or without reparations, is the role of the community and the community economics, and that would extend to say the Dalit community in India, and you have the Dalit Chamber of Commerce, but that really hasn't taken off. And so what is the role and extent to which the community economy itself can help itself, either with or without reparations, and what can make that economy work? What needs to be done, or is it just a pipe dream?
So in the absence of substantive reparations, it is a pipe dream from my perspective. There's no autonomous action that the black community in the United States could take today that would have the effect of eliminating the huge disparity in wealth between blacks and whites. We don't have the existing resources to do so. We're not even close to that. So one illustration is if you were to take the collectivity of all black-owned banks in the United States, and I think at the moment there's about 17, they have a total set of assets that are less than, get this, less than $5 billion. And the total assets of JP Morgan Chase, well, it's probably in the vicinity now of more than $150 trillion. So we're not, we don't have black enterprise in the United States. It's virtually an invisible operation. And if you're talking about trying to get from here to there, there's insufficient resources in the black community to do that. I don't know if the story is exactly the same for the Dalit community in India, but my thinking is we don't have the wherewithal to build businesses that would lead to closing the wealth gap. That if anything, if we're really concerned about business development in the black community or in the Dalit community, then we have to close the wealth gap first. And that would require an act of reparations.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions from the audience? Anybody? This is exactly a wonderful area to think and work about. I would like the youngsters to get provoked, and yes, there is one from behind, though not a youngster. Professor Sijit Mishra, Professor of Economics at this university.
Thank you. I think two nice talks. One concern that I would have is both in the US context and in the Indian context, why while talking about reparations, we should, I know there are limits to one particular individual articulating for a particular community, as Amit pointed out in the beginning, but there are other communities, like for example, indigenous communities or the Adivasis whom we refer to in India, and traditional Indian communities, American Indian communities back in the US. So they have also suffered in different forms. And I think you refer to this geographical context because in India, when we talk about caste and tribe, we have the social and the geographical exclusion that comes out with the latter group. So I think while we need to articulate cases, we need to also strengthen how different communities and different cases need to be built up together. I think that's rather a comment and not a question.
He said it's a comment, not a question. But in case you want to respond to the inherent question.
Well, it depends on what the inherent question is.
Okay, anybody else?
So, Professor Doherty basically is linking the question of caste and ethnicity, the tribal question in India, to say the African American descendants of slavery and the native indigenous communities of America. And one, yeah.
So I plead insufficient knowledge about the differences in the Indian context. But in the US context, there is a fundamental difference between the way in which I think the Black American community has been discussing reparations and the way in which the indigenous community has been discussing reparations. And it's the following. The African American community is seeking the material conditions for full citizenship in the United States, and the indigenous community is seeking sovereignty. So they're not entirely the same projects. By all means, I think I'm supportive of whatever efforts Native Americans are making to receive compensation for the history of atrocities against them, and I hope in a reciprocal fashion they would be doing the same for our efforts, but they are not the same projects. I do not know whether or not they're necessarily similar projects in the Indian context.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Sandy Derrity. It is really a wonderful morning of yours and a really wonderful evening of us. We are enriched significantly. We look forward to listen to you many more times in the near future. I am very happy that Professor Sridevi has got this organized and many young brains are ignited. It's a great pleasure on behalf of all of them. I thank you and would you like to add a word of thanks, Professor Sridevi? Yes, on her behalf. I always said it, but you, as the person who was behind the entire show, please do it.
I express my sincere gratitude to Professor William Darity for sparing time. Actually, we have asked him to deliver the inaugural address. Immediately said that it is too late for him because we are going to start at 9:30. But he is kind enough to say that I can deliver the evening, any day, evening special address. Even evening also, when we said 4:45 or 4:30 was exactly for him early morning before 6. But even then he was willing to be part of this particular conference and deliver an important lecture. So we don't know how to express our gratitude, but we are really, really thankful to you for agreeing and being with us and sharing your views. And your lecture made a difference to this whole conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. And yes. The next piece we would like to have from our valedictory from Dr. Divya. Dr. Divya is the IAS officer and a person who has practiced a large number of things on ground. What little I could gain from what she talked to me and what Srijit talked to me, she is one who gets things done. And that's the creed of IAS officers we would like to see. Dr. Divya, please go ahead your valedictory address as well as the time is yours.
Thank you, Professor. You added a doctor before my name. I hope it is something which is going to come in the future. I hope I can also, I wish I could also do some research. But a good evening to all of you. I thank University of Hyderabad and Professor Sridevi for giving me this opportunity. I really wonder why I'm here, because after hearing to such stalwarts, I feel I'm like a small minion trying to make sense of things here. But I'll still try and bring out the perspective of policymakers. You see, we are the people who are making policies and who are trying to implement it in the field. We heard about a lot of things which will benefit the Dalits and the Adivasis in the previous lectures. So I have the opportunity of practicing it in the field. So we do have a lot of challenges, and I would like to, at least ignite a discussion in your amongst you and in your minds from what we face in the field. For example, this was not part of what I'm going to talk, but as an interaction with the professors on the dais, I, as Collector Adilabad, was having to implement the scheme called the Land Purchase Scheme for the Dalits. Before the Dalit Bandhu scheme, previously we used to have this land purchase scheme. So it's something like, it's not like you give the government land to the Dalits, which used to be called the land assignment, where there was free government land which could be given to the SCs to cultivate and make a livelihood out of it. But later, as you know now, that we do not have any more free government land, especially in many states. Land is a very scarce resource. So in order to overcome that, what government did was called the land purchase scheme. So there'll be a lot of people in the market who are anyway selling to private parties. So what government did was, if someone is willing to part with their land for a predetermined compensation through negotiation, so my ED, the executive director of SC Corporation, would go and speak to people who are willing to sell their land for a profit and fix that amount and actually purchase that land and give to the scheduled caste community owners and give them the irrigation facility and finally work out a livelihood for the community. So thereby they would not only become the owners of private land but also start cultivating and make a livelihood out of it. So and you know, we also have something called the Forest Rights Act. I think Professor Mishra would have studied it in great detail. I've worked in a lot of tribal areas in the country. So the Forest Rights Act actually gives the rights to till and cultivate of large forest tracts where Adivasis are already cultivating. So without investing money, the rights of not exactly ownership, the right to cultivate is being given to millions of Adivasis across the country. So there are a lot of exciting things that is happening in the field, and we as administrators face a lot of challenges. It will be very wonderful to collaborate. The researchers coming together with administrators, and we have workable solutions that we can offer for the poor and the marginalized. So coming to the part where we talk about ideas fructifying. So there are a lot of ideas of justice, of eliminating poverty, but if it has to truly succeed on ground, as quoted by my senior Anil Swarup, he says, for an idea to fructify and sustain at a large scale, it must be politically acceptable, socially desirable, financially viable, administratively doable, and judicially tenable. So we may come up with very grand ideas, but ultimately if it has to work on the ground, these are some markers that he has given to us. So I would like to talk about poverty and economics of discrimination. So what is poverty? You all are, I'm sure, economists, so you might have good knowledge about what I'm talking about. So traditionally, we used to take consumption and income as a criteria, but now we've evolved. We're talking about multidimensional poverty. It's access to healthcare, it's access to education, and better living standards by which we are defining well-being or elimination of poverty. So I head an organization called Society for Elimination for Rural Poverty. It's a very unique organization which was started in the early 2000s, and it was a fresh idea at that point of time. So in order to eliminate poverty, there are various strategies followed, and during that time, one strategy was how to bring the rural women together to make them come out of poverty. For this, I'll start with a story. I hope you all know about Mohammed Yunus, who's also an economist. I think now he's heading another country, Bangladesh. So he, like you, was a student of economics, and he went to the US to study. And when he came back to Bangladesh, Bangladesh had just gained independence from Pakistan, and in the 1970s, there was huge famine in his country. This famine was so palpable that he says in his book that people would be just walking on the streets and slowly they will succumb to death, which is very, what can I say, so shocking to, hear that just say 60, 70 years ago, people were just dying of hunger and still dying of hunger even in our country now. So what he did was, when he was teaching in the university I think in Chittagong, if I'm not mistaken. So he went to the neighboring village to understand what's happening in his native country after coming back from the US. So he met Sufia Begum. So Sufia Begum used to make stools out of bamboo. You know, she was very highly talented in bamboo articrafts. So she used to make bamboo. So he asked her, how do you get the working capital for it and what do you do? So she says that I borrow money and for that I have to pay 5 takas. I think taka means rupees. In Bengali maybe it's rupees, takas. And I make the stool and I give it back to the same paikar who gave me the money and I sell it for 5.5 takas. So 50 is what she used to make. So that's a labor and why don't you have access to credit? So it still exists now. Imagine a rural poor woman clad in a torn sari goes to a bank, let's say, for example, State Bank of India, and says, I want 10,000 rupees as loan. Do you think she will get it? No? So, but if Ambani or Adani goes for thousands of crores, they immediately get it, right? Yeah? But there might be like Vijay Mallya who will even run away with thousands of crores. Yeah? You have to be suited, booted to get thousands of crores loan. But if you're a woman with torn sari, you might not get it. Most surely you might not get it. Definitely you won't get it. Okay. So this experiment was started in Andhra, Telangana, like in many parts of the world, where they got women to come together and form something called the self-help groups. So the idea was that if 10 women come together and start saving and interloaning, they somehow build some social capital that they suddenly became bankable. So Yunus went on to start the Grameen Bank and the concept of microfinance emerged. Although it has lot of criticisms, like even now microfinance is not something which is all hunky-dory. There is a lot of problems in microfinance as such, but I'm just limiting myself to the experiment which Andhra Telangana made in the government sector. So when these women got together and started to understand savings and interloaning, slowly there was an experiment made where they were given something called the Community Investment Fund. So instead of going to a bank and asking for the fund, there was a loan taken by the government and given to the women to start whatever they were doing for their livelihood, be it agriculture, be it animal husbandry, or just for their consumption's sake. Whatever they needed, they were given as loan. Today I am standing before you as the Chief Executive Officer of Society for Elimination of Rural Poverty. We disburse 20,000 crores of bank loans every year to 63 lakh women. Am I making sense? No thanks to me. I am just 6 months old in this organization. But at least there might be a lot of criticisms to this entire concept. But what could happen is that on an average, at least every rural woman who's part of our self-help group is getting around 50,000 to 1 lakh loan for sure, which she wouldn't have been given earlier, or she would have got it, but like Sufia Begum, she would have had to pay an interest rate of maybe 60%, 100%. I'm not joking. Even now in rural India, if you go and access credit, it is at an interest rate from a money lender of not maybe at least 60%, 70%, 1000%. I don't know. It's all actually that happens in the rural India. So at least we were able to disburse all these loans to these women at an interest rate of less than 12%. And if they repay in time, they get something called the interest subvention, And in Andhra, Telangana, there is an ongoing scheme of 0% interest, which means if they pay the interest, they get the interest subvention back. So obviously it has some hiccups that it doesn't come in time, but at least they do get access to credit and they have the opportunity of availing the interest subvention of the entire interest paid. So what I'm trying to get across to you is a lot of ideas are waiting to happen. I'm sure there is a Mohammad Yunus here, and I'm sure that there is a Sufia Begum waiting to get the credit at a lower rate, or many such experiments that are waiting to happen. Okay, so it's not just about bringing women together. So what happens when all the women of the village get together? It's not only about loaning and it's not only about savings, right? If all the women get together and truly have an understanding among themselves, then it is a social capital that is being built, right? Suppose, let's say, there's domestic violence in one of the house. A lady is being beaten up black and blue by her husband. Earlier, if they were not together, then everyone would mind their work and go away. But if all the 300 women of the village get together and discuss about it, and then they're given the inputs that you have the power, because earlier you were alone, but if you get together now and say no to being beaten up, then there is some power in them. So that's what SCRP did, I think. So there was a lot of social capital that was built. There was a gender point person in every village, and they were given a gender pledge. They were given inputs about how they can fight domestic violence, and a lot of changes did happen in controlling gender discrimination and especially gender-based violence in the villages. I would also like to say that when women come together, what actually happens is that they don't just think about themselves, they think about the family as well. So there was this idea of rice line which was created. So women used to maintain rice banks. And another great idea that I can share with you is called community managed rehabilitation services, which is still existing now. 74 such centers are there in our state. Let's imagine that, we as women want to sit here, and now I have a 2-year-old in my house, but I'm still here. Who takes care of my child? And for women in India, the labor force participation is low, especially because of childcare services. And if we have the right kind of childcare services, a lot more women will come into the labor force, is what studies across have told. Because on an average, apparently according to JPAL, that they spend 7 to 9 years and 9 hours a day in only childcare. So, but imagine if you have a child with special need, then what would happen to you? And you're a poor woman, you will not be able to even earn your livelihood. You cannot be an agriculture coolie and have an intellectually challenged child at home. It's extremely difficult. So these women, with the help of course, a lot of good officers, they came up with an idea called community managed rehabilitation services. So the women contributed 1 rupee per month from their interloaning and savings. That works up to, say, 10 rupees per group, because there are 10 women. And if you have 63 lakh women, 63 lakh rupees per month. So what they did was, they started daycare services for children with special needs. And the state supported by giving more contribution to that kitty, like supporting the the workers who would take care of the children, and by designing a curriculum for those children, by bringing in occupational therapists, physiotherapists, and speech therapists. So when I recently visited those services, though it's very rundown and rudimentary, but the kind of good work they are doing is immense, that many parents have told us that earlier my child couldn't eat on her own, but now she's able to eat on her own at least. She was not able to walk on her own, but she's now able to walk on her own. So there are lot of things that rural India and poor people are lacking. And if really the researchers can focus on ideas like this, there will be a lot of difference that can happen in their lives. And this community managed rehabilitation services is something that is really needed for children with special needs and for especially for women with children with special needs to participate in labor force. So I just wanted to highlight it because saying that discrimination and poverty are intersecting each other, and how do we come up with ideas to manage that. I would also like to talk about one other idea for Adivasis. So we were having a lot of discussion on Adivasis and their discrimination and how they can get access to land and livelihood. So when I was POITDA, which is like Integrated Tribal Development Agency project officer, I saw that our forests are replenished with so many resources, but they do not translate into wealth for the tribals. It's because they don't have freedom to access it. So there is a lot of bamboo in the forests, which you can sustainably harvest. And these days, you know, right, we have bamboo towels, we have whatnot, I don't know, bamboo brush, bamboo plates, bamboo furniture, all sorts of things. Mind-boggling facts are we have so much bamboo in the forest, and so much bamboo can be grown in the tribal lands like forest rights patta lands. We actually sometimes have to import bamboo. Isn't that very sad? So when I was the PO, I wanted to tell you this experiment that for the first time bamboo was declassified. You know, forests and Adivasis are enemies. So rather the forest officers and the Adivasis are enemies. So they love the forest, and the forest officers are supposed to protect the forest. But in turn, they actually have so many regulations that prevent Adivasis from, maintaining even their own livelihood. So for the first time in 2014, bamboo was declassified. That you don't need permits anymore to transport bamboo because it was no more wood. Bamboo is a grass. If you cut it, it will grow again. Where the teak will take some 25 years to regrow, here in a clump of bamboo, if you cut one culm, it will again grow back in just few months. So it's almost like a grass. So when this bamboo was cut and then sold, the village earned 25 lakh rupees. Earlier, the bamboo was going to be auctioned off by the forest officials, and the tribals would not get that back to themselves. But because of the rights given to them under PISA, and that is Panchayat Extension to Schedule Areas Act and the Forest Rights Act, they could now harvest the bamboo and sell it and get 25 lakhs, which meant for a 50 household village, 50,000 rupees directly into their bank account. So there are so many such possibilities which are not happening because of the over-regulation and lack of imagination and lack of support to the Adivasi community. Finally, I would like to also quote this example because many economists are there. We always as administrators want policies that work, what works on the ground and what gives the right outcomes. Of course, politically there will be a lot of compulsions otherwise, but administratively we want all our outcomes to be good and help the people. So when we were finding out among the theories that work and how to bring people out of poverty, there was an approach we stumbled upon, which is called the graduation approach. The graduation approach is an approach which an NGO called BRAC has tried out in Bangladesh, which was again tried out in Bihar. And after 20 years of study, the people who were taken through the graduation approach didn't fall back into poverty according to JPAL studies. So if that is true and if we can replicate it, why not? So the National Rural Livelihood Mission has tried to take it forward and experiment, and where Telangana is also part of that experiment now. So we are going to take 6,000 households and try this graduation approach. But what really is graduation approach? According to me, it's not rocket science. It's what we have been doing for many, many years. So it's like a productive asset transfer is one of the key components of this graduation approach. You take a poor rural household and have a productive asset transfer. The asset could be like in the form of a vehicle, maybe. It could be a form of a cow or a buffalo or a machine, whatever it might be, but it has to have a productive asset transfer. Then it involves active skills training being given to how to use that asset. 3, it involves a consumption support for the first few months. Because if you take an ultra poor family and tell them to learn a new skill and have an asset transfer to them, but for those few months, how do they live? So you need to have a consumption support, let's say 2,000 rupees, 3,000 rupees given as a grant for few months. And then it involves coaching through mentors as to how to utilize that asset and productively use that asset. And finally, it also involves support in healthcare and nutrition. So if you do all of these 5 things, continuously monitor those families with this support for 3 years, then if apparently it succeeds and they come out of their ultra poor status. And this sustains because there will be health interventions, there will be nutrition interventions, and there will be asset transfer and a consumption support. And this does not cost so much as giving, suppose, 10 lakhs to a family. If we have to transfer 10 lakhs to a family, it really is a huge resource dependent scheme. But the graduation approach is more incremental. It involves more mentoring and monitoring and support by health and nutrition as well, and more sustainable. So we are experimenting with 6,000 families, which JPAL and BRAC have vouched that it has helped many, many millions of families across the world. So we want to try that and see whether it's sustainable or not. And lastly, I would like to end by saying this, because today is going to be a day of hope, that after hearing so many good ideas and problem statements, I hope we will be able to have some theories and put it into practice and make the best out of it. So this comes from the book called Poor Economics, which I read a decade ago maybe, and I found it so lucid with so many examples and how practically you can understand how policies can go terribly wrong and how policies that we think are so simple and silly can actually go right. And I'm quoting from that. The constraints, political, social, and economic, are real. And they make it difficult to find big solutions to big problems. If we are thinking about trillions of dollars or rupees, it may not be feasible to do it immediately. But it's possible to make very significant progress against the biggest challenges through the accumulation of set of small steps, each well thought out, carefully tested, and judiciously implemented. I just repeat for the sense of effect. It's possible to make very significant progress against the biggest challenges through the accumulation of a set of small steps, each well thought out, carefully tested, and judiciously implemented. These changes will be incremental, but they will sustain and build on themselves. They can be a start of a quiet revolution, and I hope this forum and all you economists and bright young economists here are going to make some small quiet revolution which is sustainable and will make millions come out of poverty. Thank you so much.
Full, valedictory address. And I don't think I should add anything more than what ma'am has said. It's very precise, giving lots of practical examples. It's only we have to think how this practice could be brought into our writings and make it more popular, make it listen to people. There are only three things which I'll tell you, which I think the youngsters should take it as fire. Number one, that there is a strong presence of reverse tenancy. When Professor Dantwala first time said that there is likely to be reverse tenancy because of the land reforms, people laughed at him, and many people said that no, this is not feasible. Today, a large number of small and marginal farmers, especially Dalits, coming from the village to the city under the flyover or in the skyscrapers. And what do? They are landlords. They give it to the tenant who is actually the rich fellow in the village. And the land is cultivated by that fellow. We do not know when the land will be alienated. Second, you take 91 population census and 2011 population census. 50 lakh farmers have written that we are not cultivators. 50 lakh farmers have left. And 2002, the survey with which I was connected, situation assessment survey, in which 40% of the farmers had told we want to quit farming. And that is one which shook the government, and a special NDC meeting was called. Therefore, what we need to look into is how many of them are Dalit farmers, and my hunch is maximum number are Dalit farmers who have thought that it is better to go to the city because discrimination is less there. We will not be recognized as we are recognized in the village. This is second. Third, that when we come to the tenancy, the tenancies are, in many states they are not recorded, in Andhra also. And therefore, there is a high level of exploitation in many states under the unrecorded tenancy. This is third thing. And all these unrecorded tenancies are tenant being the Dalit. Now, these are few things. The last one is that where this, you take two, Amit had taken the agriculture census data or the data on the land holdings by a spatial survey. You take the agriculture census data, number of cultivators in the agriculture census have increased. In the population census, number of cultivators have declined, because agriculture census they call holding. I am a farmer in agriculture census, but I am not a cultivator. The hiatus, the difference between these two is not small. It's about a few lakhs, 10, 15 lakhs in a state, which means there are large number of white-collared people who own the land cultivated by somebody else. The structure of farm ownership is changing significantly. This is another thing. And in this, anyway, whenever a wolf attacks or devil attacks, it takes the hindmost. This is the proverb. Devil takes the hindmost, which means in this entire process, the Dalit, small and marginal farmers are suffering over time. This is an important area to look into. I really enjoyed this evening. I would say only one sentence. I must thank you all for the patience. We have had a feast of new concepts, new ideas, and I want as many youngsters to get onto fire and think differently, like Amit has. Now think differently, out of box, to bring in new hypotheses, test them. Don't use too much of econometrics, not necessary. The hypothesis is most important. You name the 5 topmost economists of this country. They have not used that grand econometrics. Amartya Sen became the Nobel Prize winner because of a simple concept elaborated in welfare economics. But then we need to find out such things, and that is what we lack. I thank Professor Sridevi and her team for efficiently managing this. It was so great experience. I was learner more than a teacher. I learned from many of my juniors. I feel so happy that learning is a process which is quite pleasant, and it should be pleasant. My last word is thank you all so much that I am overwhelmed. Thanks a lot. Okay. No, no, no. Since the rapporteur is a youngster, I would pleasantly welcome. Who is the rapporteur? Oh, yes. Poor thing. I saw him working hard. Dinesh, please come. I'm really sorry. I'd not forgotten, but then there is no paper here which will remind me.
Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Pooja Priya. I'm pursuing PhD under Professor Sri Devi ma'am. I'll present a brief overview of Day 1 conference. Before that, I would like to thank our esteemed speakers, panelists, and participants. The diverse perspectives shared by them has truly enriched our understanding of the multifaceted dimensions of discrimination and its economic implications. So on day 1, we began with an inaugural session, which was followed by a panel discussion and 4 special lectures. The session was inaugurated by our esteemed VC, Professor B.J. Rao, who emphasized on how the economics of discrimination is a continuous process and requires policy intervention and continued research. Thereafter, Professor Sri Devi opened the floor by bringing the theoretical underpinnings of discrimination by discussing taste-based discrimination approach of Gary Baker's model and linking it to the social, domestic, and economic sphere. This was followed by the inaugural address of Dr. Rangarajan, who brought out the nuances of economic and social development. India is witnessing rapid economic growth, which is reflected in GDP growth and increase in savings rate. Unfortunately, India lags behind in social indicators like HDI and infant mortality rate. We saw a huge improvement in the reduction of MPI index, but still there is a long road to travel in order to bridge the dichotomy between economic growth and social development. Thereafter, the book was written by our esteemed Professor Sri Devi, titled Food for All, The Role of Urban Canteens in Nourishing Communities, was released by dignitaries. This was followed by Professor Aswini Deshpande's keynote address. She raised and answered the questions whether the caste inequality we see today is a hangover of the past or is it a new. She shared certain insights regarding this. From 1970 to 2012 data shows no increase in the proportion of intercaste marriages. Also, National Family Health Survey data highlights lower outcomes for scheduled castes in the parameters of childhood nutrition, learning outcomes, and occupation levels. This was followed by the panel discussion on caste, intersectionality, and discrimination. This discussion explores the interconnected dynamics of caste, gender, and marginalization. They further emphasize the gender gap in workforce participation. It highlights the challenges faced by transgender individuals due to adequate policies and their underrepresentation. The panel emphasized the need for robust framework to analyze discrimination, particularly in rural India, focusing on disparities in amenities, health, education, starting with institutions like Anganwadis. Coming to the special series of special lectures, the first one was delivered by Professor Thorat on Dr. Ambedkar's perspective on caste identity and discrimination policy. His lecture focused on constitutional provisions and directive principles, promoting social justice and reducing inequality. Highlighting socio-economic disparities, he showed how SCs and ST communities lag behind in consumption, poverty, health, and civic amenities due to systematic discrimination. The second lecture was delivered by Professor Nancharya on Dr. Ambedkar's views on Indian agriculture and economics development. The key insights are Dr. Ambedkar emphasized the need for industrialization to solve India's agricultural problems, such as fragmented small holdings, low productivity, and idle labor. He proposed state ownership of agriculture and collective farming to ensure fair distribution and better efficiency. The third lecture was delivered by Professor R.S. Deshpande on Dr. Ambedkar views on public finance. The key insights are Dr. Ambedkar's focus on public finance stemmed mainly from his commitment to welfare policies, prioritizing public education, healthcare, industrialization, and addressing regional imbalances. He criticized inequitable land revenue system and championed economic accountability and social justice in budgeting. His dissertation at Columbia University analyzed British exploitation of India, focusing on the drain of wealth and flawed fiscal policies. Professor Deshpande also highlighted Ambedkar's unique ability to merge theoretical insights with mathematical precision, inspiring students to explore his legacy beyond the curriculum. The last lecture of the day was delivered by Professor Sudha on the topic Intersecting Caste and Gender, Feminist Reclamation of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. This lecture highlights Dr. Ambedkar's significant contributions to women empowerment and social justice. Ambedkar's early writings on caste in India were crucial in analyzing the root causes of women's subordination, with groundbreaking theories on caste, sexuality, and endogamy. His feminist critiques of Brahminical patriarchy, evident in works like The Rise and Fall of Hindu Women and Riddles in Hinduism, emphasize the graded violence women faced within caste structures. That concludes the proceedings of day one. Now I invite Dinesh to provide a brief overview of today's session. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I am Dinesh. I am doing my PhD in economics. Actually, the content is very big. I don't take much time. I'll explain in a brief manner. From gender justice and climate resilience to the fight for reparations, today's discussions bridged the gaps between historical inequalities, poverty, and systemic discrimination. With global lens, we explored the intersection of land rights, marginalization, and the state's role in shaping equitable futures. Intersectional inequality, poverty, rooted in social and economic structures, deeply affect marginalized communities. Caste-based discrimination in agricultural markets lowers produce prices for marginalized farmers, reinforcing disparities. Rural occupational shifts heighten discrimination, demanding inclusive policies for equitable resource access. Wealth inequality remains stark, with marginalized groups disadvantaged by historical resource exclusion. Women from lower caste face compounded labor market discrimination, restricting economical potential. In rural India, income inequality persists, shaped by household and gender dynamics, especially in agriculture. Multidimensional poverty underscores the vital role for education in breaking poverty cycles, particularly for landless households. Gender justice, climate resilience, and food security intersect with women disproportionately affected by climate-driven inequalities, particularly in agriculture and nutrition. Despite increased involvement in agriculture, inadequate policies limit women's productivity. Intra-family food inequalities and, and reliance on processed foods, malnutrition, and mental health issues. Women focused programs such as self help groups and diverse diets are essential for resilience. Systemic discrimination against marginalized groups, including Dalits and tribes, perpetuates socio-economic inequalities. Employment barriers persist with caste despite education with caste and gender intersecting to deepen deprivation. Tribal malnutrition explains the need for maternal education and nutrition awareness. Financial inclusion, vital for state prosperity, must address disparities. Gender gaps in education and unpaid work further marginalize women, reinforcing systemic inequities. Comprehensive strategies are essential to address these systemic issues. Education remains a transformative tool for breaking poverty cycles, fostering economic empowerment, and promoting social mobility, enhancing agriculture productivity through modern techniques, diversifying income sources, and investing in women focused initiatives are key to resilience and equity. Policies must address gender and caste disparities, promote financial inclusion, and improve policies to tailor interventions effectively. Inclusive education, better nutrition programs, and combating business discrimination are critical creating a fairer society. Addressing these deep-rooted challenges requires collaborative efforts from policymakers, researchers, and civil society. Intersectional approaches that prioritize marginalized voices, promote equity, and ensure systemic reforms are vital for fostering an inclusive and equitable society, empowering historically disadvantaged communities, and building sustainable futures. I want to conclude by reciting Ambedkar words where he says the caste was a deeply unjust system that must be dismantled for India to become a truly modern, democratic, and equal society.
I take 2 minutes. You have to. Whether you give me 2 minutes or no, I'm taking 2 minutes. So, good evening to all, and we have come to an end of the two-day enriching conference. I would like to express our thanks to the IOE Directorate. Without IOE Directorate's financial support, we would not have conducted this conference. We thank University Vice Chancellor, Honorable Vice Chancellor, for his continuous support and being with us for presiding, as well as continuously talking about the discrimination at various forums also at the university. We thank Dean School of Economics and the office staff, all the faculty members for their continuous support. We thank especially Madhu and Satish for the continuous support since many days to organize this conference. We are grateful to our keynote speaker, Professor Ashwini Deshpande, whose lecture has provided us with invaluable knowledge and insight into the caste and economics of discrimination. We profoundly thank Dr. C. Rangarajan, the chairman of Madras School of Economics, as well as the former governor of Andhra Pradesh, as well as the chancellor of our university, for delivering enriching inaugural address that broadened our perspective on the nuances of the conference theme. I take this opportunity to extend our deepest gratitude to all the special lecture given by Professor Sukadev Thorat, Professor G. Nancharya, Professor R.S. Deshpande, and Professor Sudharani, as well as Amit Thorat and Professor William Derrick. We thank Mrs. Divya Devarajan. She has been a continuous support almost for the last 3 years. We could easily complete our data collection and submit the reports of the ICDS and the urban canteens as well as the midday meal programs to the various funding bodies is because of her and her team support. Otherwise, we would not have got the required data for the ICDS especially. We really thank you for being a continuous support wherever. In fact, when we asked her support, she was on a maternity leave, but still we disturbed her. And thank you once again being with us. I thank all the chairs who have presided over by the special lectures, panel discussions, as well as the 2 technical sessions, and all the discussants of the various technical sessions, as well as the panel discussions. Most importantly, I thank all the paper presenters by taking lot of time, because majority of them have given their full papers out of their research works. So I think we have built lot of pressure on some of them asking the full papers, especially Sir is here as an example. And I express my sincere thanks to all the student volunteers. Without them, this conference would not have taken place. The various committees, the reception, rapporteuring, the perfect stage management team, food, travel and transport, social media teams, I thank immensely all the volunteers. I thank Zakir Hussain office staff for their continuous support, although actually they will be closing the conference hall by 6:30, but every day we are spending here more than 7:30. We thank Uday, Dhruv and Jeevan for their support as a new monk media team, as well as we thank Kalyan and Shiva for taking care of most important 2 aspects, food and the transportation. And this conference would not have taken a proper shape without the 3 pillars, Dr. Kavya, Dr. Srinivas, as well as the Balaji. And I must say, this also applies to my 3 colleagues, Dr. Pragna, Dr. Nitin, as well as Professor Jajati. Jajati is missing now here. A special thanks to Samhita Dandangi, as she always supports us with various artworks for the conference, and Madhu, Dhanalakshmi, as well as Remo. I thank one and all for being with us constantly for the 2 years, and my special thanks to Professor Thorat and Professor R.S. Deshpande sir. Continuously they were here for the 2 days. And allowing us to celebrate their 75th birthdays also. And we wish that we'll be celebrating their 80th birthday also here. Thank you so much. And I request all of you to join for the dinner. Before that, there is a small memento presentation as a token of thank you. I request the chair to give it to Divya.
Who will thank Sri Devi? There must be somebody. A great leadership, a lot of effort with care, and very, very systematically organize all the. Pleasure.